What's going on, everyone? How we all doing tonight? It was a long day at work. I'm not gonna lie. It's a long day at work. And oh, I am sleepy, but you know, the show must go on. Tiredness ain't a reason, you know. Got some lemonade, got some water, I got some chicken wings. I'm gonna be eating my dinner tonight while we're chatting here. Whether I want D&D emotes on Twitch. Got me. I know that I can't I know that I can't set up my own emotes unless I go affiliate. So it doesn't actually surprise me that there aren't D&D emotes. Well, there's an orc. It's more of a video game orc. Yeah, no. I'm surprised. Honestly, I will say that I'm surprised there isn't one that is at least like Matt Mercer's face, you know, but I guarantee you, 100% guarantee you, that if you subscribed to, Critical Role, I guarantee you would have them, because if you subscribe to a channel that has custom emotes, you get access to those, like to use anywhere. So that's a thing. And the one that I'm subscribed to, the only Twitch channel that I am personally subscribed to, oh god, I just turned on my own stream. The only one that I'm actually subscribed to is, I believe, let me see here, I could be, I think, yeah, it's Ghostfire. I subscribe to the Ghostfire Twitch channel, and that's because I listen to their podcast. I listen to their Eldritch Lorecast, and I watch it a lot live on there, or I try and watch it live. They were live about 2 hours ago, so generally around 8 p.m. on a Monday. You got a free sub once. So that's the thing. It's you get a free subscription every month if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber. So which I actually have to resubscribe. Yeah, because they have like Ben Burns. Yeah, here we go. Let me resubscribe, and then get a refresh on here. Yeah, so like I have access to these because of that. So trying to get through those. I thought they were around for a lot longer. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I actually don't know. I've been listening to them for a while. I actually I have them on they're on episode 88. So they've been going for a bit. Being that they're more of a news channel, I don't actually worry so much about going back through their catalog. I did for a bit. Like I went back and I listened to a handful when I really first started listening to them more hardcore. But a lot of times I will mainly focus on like ones within the past 2 or 3 weeks, just because, you know, it's more of like the passing of news kind of situation. But yeah, so that's that. Oh god, I'm an idiot. I just need to mute this tab. Mute site, thank you. Hardcore podcast. I actually used to listen to a lot more podcasts back in the day, but I have a hard time listening to a lot of podcasts nowadays. It more has to do with the fact that a lot of the podcasts that are out there that are like D&D related, especially, it's either news or it's like kind of the stuff that I do, where talking about various topics, and I don't mind. What are you doing? Sorry, Bo's being weird. I don't mind listening to either of those, but unfortunately, the grand amount of D&D themed podcasts is live plays. And the funny thing is that even though I myself run a D&D live play, I run 2 of them. Yeah, I run Phandalin 5 and Rime of the Frost Maiden. I, for the life of me, cannot sit there and listen to a live play anymore. I used to listen to the Adventure Zone. That was like one of the cornerstones of my D&D like upbringing, was listening to the McElroy brothers and their father Clint playing through what started out as Lost Mines of Phandelver and the Here There Be Gerblins, to then evolving into their entire balance arc. And I love it. And I went and literally went to live shows for them. I had them sign shirts. I had them sign I don't think I wanted to get them to sign my starter book for the Lost Mines of Phandelver, but I had left it in my car the day that I went to their live show. But they were such an influential part of my life while I was starting in on my D&D journey. And I also listened to went to live shows. Yeah, they had live shows. So if you didn't know, the McElroy brothers, who are the ones that do the Adventure Zone, and their father Clint, they are from Huntington, West Virginia, and they had live shows down there, and I went to some of those. I went to ones for their other podcast, the one that started their family of podcasts, My Brother and Me. I went to live shows down there for that and got to meet them. They are amazing people. I actually had it's really funny. So I like my whole love of podcasts in general, like the whole act of like recorded talk radio is what like I always used to refer to it. I used to listen to a video game podcast back in the day. There was a website called Joystick, and it was spelled with a Q, and it was my go-to website for all video game news. And they had 2 podcasts. They had the Joystick podcast and the Xbox 360 Fancast. And I can't remember off the top of my head if Justin McElroy was on I think he was on the Joystick podcast. I don't think he was on X3F. But I listened to them religiously. And that was like at the time I was going to college, and I had a 45-minute drive out to college. So I would listen to their podcast. I'd listen to like them twice a week, and it was great, and I loved it. And I would write into them, and like they had like these user submitted questions and comments and stuff, and I actually got on there a few times. And I fell in love with the whole format. And then Justin made a comment that he was starting podcast with his brothers where it was an advice podcast, and I was like, oh, it was a comedy advice podcast. I'm like, oh, like I knew his humor. I'm like, this is gonna be great. So I started listening to that from day one, and I fell in love with it. And I listened through like hundreds of episodes. Like every single week, I was there live. As soon as it went up, I bought T-shirts. I was following them on their socials, and whenever they did their first live show, I was like, I have to go to this. So Kaylee and I drove down there, and it was a great time. We had a lot of fun, but that was the night that my car broke down and I was stranded in West Virginia for an entire night until my dad came to tow me back home. But that was also their D&D one. And when they talked about doing a D&D podcast, I was getting into D&D at the time, so it was very big for me. But yeah, it was one of those things where like I was building up, and I remember I was listening to the Joystick podcast. I didn't make Kaylee go. Kaylee wanted to go. She was interested in the whole thing, because it wasn't a D&D live show. It was just a live episode of their My Brother and Me podcast. But she wanted to go. It was like a nice little, a nice little day trip for us. So I was listening to, at that time, the Joystick podcast, the X3F. I was listening to My Brother and Me, the Adventure Zone. I was listening to like, I knew I was listening to like back then, like some religious podcasts, because for those that don't know, I'm a professed atheist, even though I'm a minister. So I was listening to some atheist podcasts like The Thinking Atheist, and one that was run by Matt Dillahunty. And then I was like listening to all these different podcasts, and like that was like all of my downtime was like constantly absorbing podcasts. But unfortunately, like I started, the benefit that I had during that period was I had an hour-long drive to work. I was driving almost 45 minutes to an hour every day, so I needed something to like do something with that drive, and I didn't really want to listen to music, so podcasts were my go-to. But now I work 10 minutes from my house, so I don't have that time to like sit there and listen to a podcast, because if I'm at home, I'm generally watching YouTube and absorbing content that way. So it's just kind of transitioned into something else. But the Eldritch Lorecast is one of the ones that I still listening to. There's ones called Mastering the Game that I listen to, and there's one that is I just recently listened to it the whole way through. It's called The Once and Future Nerd, but that is more of like a D&D themed drama. It's literally like people playing characters, and they're it's not D&D, but it's like D&D themed. So yeah, so I don't really listen to a lot of podcasts. And when live plays started becoming a thing, I had already kind of gotten out of listening to podcasts heavily, like when Critical Role started coming out and Dimension 20 and all of these different things. I was like, yeah, I can't dedicate 4 hours to sit down and absorb this. And one of the big problems is when it comes to live plays, you have to absorb hundreds of hours. If every episode of a podcast, or of a D&D live play is, say, 4 hours long, let's say 3 to 4 hours long, and they only have 20 episodes, that is still 60 to 80 hours of content that you have to absorb just to really catch up. And it's one of those things that I can't commit. And I kind of feel the same way about like the podcast that I run. I could not imagine being a newcomer to like our D&D show over at, you know, like on this channel at the P5 channel and stuff, because you would be walking into a, you know, something that you don't know, you know, you don't have a grasp on everything. It would be something where, you know, you would just kind of have to, you know, hope that you could grasp the concept. So it's just one of those things that, like, I can't sit down and watch live plays. So I just don't. And I might be missing something, you know. I know a lot of people, they love that stuff, so it is what it is. But yeah, so yeah, that was the thing. Luckily oh yes, last night's audio hiccup. I feel so bad about that. Like there's a part of me that, like, feels absolutely awful, because I was like, well, shit, like everybody here would have missed anything that the players had brought up during this time. So I felt bad about that, because I obviously don't want you guys to you know, to not be able to, I don't like it whenever the players aren't heard, because you guys are the core of it. I just kind of counting my lucky stars that it was the particular part that was not caught was mostly recap, and also just kind of getting everything, like getting all the bearings set up for, like, what you guys were doing. But I do feel bad that the conversation between Albina and Iluna and Lenine and Asdalor was missed. Like, that whole interaction, I felt bad about that, because that was a section that should have had. So I do feel bad about that. I just forgot to, honestly, I had it. So for those that don't know, I use OBS to run all my software, like all my streaming stuff. And because I don't always want Discord chat coming through to the stream, I have a special channel set up through one of my two side monitors, because my side monitors register as audio devices because they have headphone jacks, but since I have nothing plugged into them, they're free to use. So I have one set up as Discord output. So if I switch Discord to that, it puts it over to OBS. I unfortunately had OBS set to just going through my headphones, so I could hear everybody just fine, but nobody else could. So yeah, that sucked. But we got the main parts, you know, we got the better parts, I feel, of the session, you know, the stuff where what I was really glad about, where I could have those moments of, like, oh my god, which hopefully that's what you guys had, those moments. I hope we're there. Tied to your previous day, Steve and I met YouTubers. Follow. Yeah, I've met a few YouTubers that I've followed. Like I said, I've met the McElroy brothers. Definitely feel like they count. There was I've met in person. Oh god, what was his name? It was a while ago. I don't even know if I can find him. I remember I met one of them once at a convention. It was still CityCon. It was I forget who it was. But I've talked to a lot on I don't really have like that barrier of like, you know, you're a YouTuber and you know, I'm like, if I need to reach out, if I feel like the need to reach out to you, I will. I'd still just have like the thought in the back of my head of like, if they never respond to me, I understand. Technically I've met Aaron and Aaron does YouTube, so that's a thing. I'm trying to go through everything. Met an amusement park YouTuber. Oh, you know what? That's that's who it is. It's not an amusement park YouTuber. Arcade Matt. There's a guy who goes to a bunch of arcades at, oh my god, yeah, here, let me pull up my page. Arcade Matt. Yeah, here he is. This guy. I met this guy. That's once before. He goes to like different arcades and you know, wins like all their jackpots and stuff. He has his own machines at home, and I found his channel years ago when, yeah, stuff like this, where it was like so many years ago, where he was showing you how to win stuff and how to do like different things better. And I just, you know, it's one of those things like coin pushing machines. That when I used to go to Dave and Buster's, this is the game. This is what I would do when I was there. And I would sit here and watch this for like minutes at a time as he was doing it. And the one day I recognized it actually, no, it's not this one. He might be at the location in this video. No, this is a different one. He was at a location that I recognized, and I reached out to him and I was like, hey, is that is that this place? And he goes, yeah. And I was like, oh, I live like, it was basically 30 minutes from my house. And I was like, yeah, I live around there. And he goes, oh, cool. My mom works. He's like, my mom works in that area and I live not too far from there. And I was like, oh, cool. And so one day my buddy and I were up at the movie theater towards where that other place was. And he was there filming a video in the arcade up there. And I was like, I know you. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, we have talked. And he's like, oh, it's good to meet you. And yeah, it was a nice time to chat with him. So yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do for tonight, I see there's a couple folks watching. Hey folks, hey everybody who may be here. So one of the things that I want to go over is some of the stuff that I mentioned last week that I had built, namely the Fleshcraft Horror, the College of the Hammer Drummer, and also one that I accidentally wrote over, and I feel bad, but I still have like the last version of it saved, so I can still pull it up and everything. So yeah, let me go ahead and get these things pulled up on here. Anyhow, yeah, this is a D&D chat for sure. All right. Why is that all the way over there? Oh, that's weird. Oh, you know what? I know why. We're gonna switch this to that. It's gonna be right behind there, isn't it? Bam. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I guess the first one I'm going to talk about is this one, because this is one that I have to pull up in a document, in a PDF, because I screwed up. The other day I was I was working on one. If you guys don't know, Cinderblock Sally is a YouTuber that I follow that reviews homebrew. He talks about D&D and does a bunch of YouTube stuff, and he had a challenge over in his channel, which was to make a subclass based around based around him. It was one of his mods made this, and so I made one that it definitely I definitely phoned this one in. There's some stuff that doesn't make sense, and I just had more fun with it than anything else. But one of the things that I do whenever I'm making something, because I try and keep the same style and format, I make a copy of one of my other things, because like I have the right colors, I have the right formatting, I have my logo and stuff, and I unfortunately did not copy it. I opened it and completely overwrote everything, and it saved before I realized my mistake, so I can't go back and get that. So yeah, kind of sucks, but I still have the PDF version, so the Reality Rupturer still exists in some format. But this was a prompt that I responded to, which was there was a post that was like, make a barbarian based from like these 3 words, and it was the word, or sorry, these 5 words, like pick a word and create a theme around this. What is going on with my stream? Why is my bit rate just crashing? Holy crap. What's going on? Are we coming back up? Oh god. Okay, well that's weird. My bit rate just holy crap. My stream connection is all over the place right now, so I'm sorry if the stream is lagging hard. No, it's no, yeah, my whoa. Sorry, give it 1 second. What is going on? Yeah, no. This is on my part. Like there's something going wrong with mine. My network is acting up. Curious why that's happening. Let me try and resolve this. Yeah, I'm still... Oof. My connection is unstable for some reason. What's going on? I've actually never had my connection crash this hard and for it to stay down this long. I don't know why it's not coming back up. Nothing running in the background. Just my connection acting up. Run a speed test. Gonna see what that says. Wow. My upload speed is terrible. That could also be because I am trying to stream at the moment. Honestly, I don't know why this is happening. Is anyone out there in the stream able to say whether or not that I'm coming through? Because I might have to pause the stream and restart it if that's the case. Give me just a couple minutes. We're back. What's up, PCM? How you doing tonight, man? Well, be not afraid, for I am here. Well, believe me, I'm glad you're here. I just wish my bitrate was. My connection right now is unstable, but it is slowly recovering. So hopefully things recover here soon. Things catch up. Yeah, it looks like it's starting to come back online. You can hear me? Well, that's good. Glad to know that. All right. Cuts less now. All right, well, that's good. All right, yeah, it's starting to come back up. It's still in red on OBS, but Twitch is at least showing that my bit rate is now stable, and I think that's really all I can hope for right now, because my connection is still in a bit of flux. Yeah, I don't even know at what point in the stream it's showing. I'm gonna pull it up on my phone, see where it's at the moment. Oh yeah, see on my side it's yeah, I just walked away. So oh god. Jeez, oh man. No, the delay is oh. I wonder. Okay. All right. Actually, I think I'm now connected. All right, reload. All right, see if you guys can refresh your stream. It looks like I'm back up. Looks like I'm stable again. I'm gonna lower. I'm gonna switch between my two things on here just to see if it catches up. Delay lowered to 3 seconds. Great, awesome. All right, we're back up and running. I don't know what the hell just happened there. All of a sudden, like everything just crashed out, and my upload speeds were like 0.8. That sucked. Okay, yeah. So what we were going to talk about before we had all these ridiculous technical issues was a subclass that I put together based on a prompt. What's up, PCM? How you doing tonight? Talking about there was a prompt over there that said to create a barbarian based off of like these words that they gave, and the words were reality, poem, driver, indication, and efficiency. Just roaming around Twitch while I homebrew a boss for my first one shot. Ooh, I'd be interested in hearing about this homebrew monster you are creating. Please tell us. While you type that up, I'm going to talk a little bit about this. So when I saw this prompt of reality, poem, driver, indication, efficiency, I really stuck with reality, and I thought about like a barbarian that was so strong that they broke reality, like they broke the laws, like the laws of physics. So that's what I wanted to roll with. So we have the first level ability. Also, this is the version that I made that didn't include the levels. What did I actually write over? I wrote over this. My updated one actually had the levels because I forgot to put those in. So I did accidentally write over some of it. But yeah, there is some things in here that I would have to like go in and reach, change up again. But basically, whenever you get your rage ability, when you rage, you can choose one of these effects to take place. So gravitational warp, the area within 10 feet of you, creatures that start their turn in that area must make a strength saved. I sniped the one you shared before. This would be the same one. This would be the same exact one. So it is unfortunately the one that doesn't have the levels. The area within 10 feet, creatures must make a strength save or they're knocked prone. So a lot of gravitational, heaviness. Temporal shift, time doesn't flow near you. Your walking speed increases by 5 feet, and you can take the dash or disengage action as a bonus action. Spatial fracture, your reach increases by 5 feet, and perceptual twist, attack rolls against you have disadvantage during your rage. So I wanted there to be like different things that you could have whenever you rage, of your ways of manipulating kind of how you're breaking reality. Reality resilience, you gain resistance to force damage and now this is supposed to be while raging. So while under the effects of reality rupture, while you are raging, you gain resistance to force damage and have advantage on saves against spells and magical effects. So that was something that I did have to change. Reality breach, while your allies are within 10 feet, they gain advantage on strength-based checks and saving throws. They can take the dash or disengage action as a bonus action with temporal shift. Their reach increases by 5 feet, and enemies have disadvantage on attacks against them. So just wanting to create this like space around the barbarian where they're offering these abilities up to their allies. Because I wanted there to be stuff that could be used in combat and stuff that's out of combat. For example, strength-based saving throws and checks, that's a good one for out of combat in case players have to climb up somewhere or they have to like swim against a stream. You're kind of able to like separate the water and make it a little bit easier for them. And then finally, Reality Sunderer, I think this is at 14th level. You can momentarily tear a great rift in reality itself. While raging, you can use your action to force all creatures within 30 feet to make a wisdom save. And on a failed save, they take 2d12 psychic damage and is stunned. On a success, they take half of this and is not stunned. So this was the early version. I did have a lot of changes that I put in based on some of the stuff that my friend had mentioned to me. For example, where was it? It was this one. It was creatures of your choice are knocked prone. So because your allies, it wouldn't make sense for your allies to be knocked prone within that area. But yeah, so I did have a couple changes. I'll have to go through my notes, pull this all together, and then show it to you guys another day. Just wanted to at least show you the idea of what I was working on. Okay, so close that one out real quick and see what PCM said. They're a super soldier augmented with a metallic arm/claw that they can use to activate serum infused with special abilities. So they are the Winter Soldier with the... So they're the Winter Soldier, but the Winter Soldier if he was an a blood hunter. You hear the Winter Soldier comparison a lot. You ripped off something else. Oh, I'd be interested to hear. See, I'm thinking of the blood hunter, which is the updated one. Here it is. Yeah, is it the mutant? Hold on. Hold up in here. Blood hunter, Path of the Mutant, or is it the yeah, the different formulas that you get, the mutagens. That's kind of what I'm thinking about with it, is like your ability to like create an experiment on different things to inject into you, because yeah, it's definitely the mutant one. Magitech. Interesting. What did you rip off of? Like what if Winter Soldier wasn't what it was, what were you ripping off? That's a good chicken wing. It's based off claws. From Project Moon. I'm assuming it's this character. Interesting. Oh, that's sick. Okay, I can get behind that. Are they human? Because that to me looks like I can see that being like a Warforged or something like that. Well, that's sick. What is this series? Is this an anime? Oh. Project Moon. Oh, it's a game. Okay. Wait, no, is it? 3 games and some comics. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Wait a second. Okay, what is this the Dr. Disrespect? Or is that does it just so happen to be named the same thing? Because you search up Project Moon and it's like, oh, all of this stuff. It's technically, oh, the people who made it. Okay. I see. Okay. The game titles are too different to put in one name. Okay. Lobotomy Corporation, Liberty of Ruina, and Limbus Company. So this character is Claus. Okay. So which one is this character from Liberty of, okay. Barrel. Is a claw which wears a black suit. Oh. Interesting. That sounds pretty badass. Be interested to see the stat block you come up with whenever it's all said and done. Nice. Yeah, I'd be definitely interested. See, you're creating that. This is the stat block that I recently made up for a monster that one of my groups is gonna have to go up against. So I know I read this last time. I'm gonna read it again because I really like this flavor text. The Fleshgraft Horror is a monstrous entity born from the darkest reaches of the Shadowfell. Its creation is shrouded in mystery and dread, a perversion of life and nature that serves as a testament to the horrors that this grim reality can spawn. Their grotesque bodies are a chilling sight to behold, composed of a medley of different flesh types, melded and mutated into a singular horrific form. Bulbous eyes sourced from countless creatures cover their bodies and dart around spasmodically, lending them an unnerving, almost hypnotic appearance. The abomination's many arms, each ending in deformed appendages, constantly undulate and twist, seeking the next piece of flesh to add to their horrifying collection. Fleshgraft horrors have a terrifying ability to bond and manipulate flesh. With a mere touch, they can seal a creature's mouth and nostrils to suffocate them, or bond their eyes shut to plunge them into darkness. They have been known to cause an agonizing fusion of limbs, rendering a creature immobile, or deafening them with an eerie silence. This morbid power appears to cause no physical pain, but the mental torment it inflicts is beyond description. Yay! It wants to seal you and glue you together. You hero forged the boss, so the appearance is a lot more inspired than Ripoffy. Nice. Very nice. So yeah, this is the Fleshgraft Horror. I kind of brought this thing, I kind of showcased it a little bit last week. But yeah, this is the Fleshgraft Horror. So I wanted to have a monster that was very like eldritch horror, and that's kind of the route that my one particular campaign is rolling, my library game, the GS campaign. And I wanted to have it tied to the Shadowfell. I wanted it to have this like horrific kind of creation thing. And one of the things that when I showcased this online, I shared it around to a couple people. Somebody said that this could be this could almost be what happens when a failed experiment to create a flesh golem occurs. So that is one of those things that I kind of rolled with, because I didn't know exactly how something like this would be created. I just kind of had it that they were these like perversions that just existed within the Shadowfell, these just like overwhelming negative energy that kind of spawns from the mutilation of flesh. But somebody made a point of like, if somebody was creating a flesh golem and the magic went awry, this is what you would end up with. You would end up with a fleshcraft horror. So challenge rating 10. So this definitely isn't anything that you would want to throw at a lower level party. It does not need air, food, water, or sleep because of the aberrant nature. Because I wanted it to be something that would like crawl around on, not necessarily crawl around on ceilings, but like hide in corners, looking like if there were bodies just like unceremoniously piled in a corner, it would very much blend in with that. But I wanted it to be able to like sneak up on other creatures and like get the drop on them. But basically when it hits a creature, +7 to hit, 2d8 +4 bludgeoning damage, the creature must make a DC 15 con save or have one of these effects turned upon it. So sealing the mouth and nostrils will start suffocating them, which, while suffocation rules in D&D don't come up often, and it is kind of a weak thing if you're looking to really hurt your players, because a PC can survive a number of minutes equal to their Constitution modifier +1. Most players are going to have at least 2, like 1 to 3 in their con, unless they're like a barbarian or, you know, somebody that's more reliant on Constitution, which you're going to have 4. So you're normally going to have at least 2 to 3 minutes where your player's not dying yet or taking damage, which means that suffocation is not a huge fear. But sealing the mouth and nostrils does mean that if a wizard, for example, or a sorcerer or warlock were to have this, any spell that they wish to cast with a verbal component is completely off the table. This essentially works as like their own personal kind of silence. Sealing eyes blinds creatures, which means that if you have a spell that requires you to see a creature, or if you have to cast a spell to a point that you can see, you cannot do that. It also means that since you're blinded, attacks against you have advantage and your attacks have disadvantage. If you are deafened, well, that doesn't necessarily create any kind of like major penalty. Being deafened, yeah, so they automatically fail saves that require hearing, which means that they may not necessarily hear somebody casting a spell that requires them to do that, which means that if a spellcaster were to have their ears sealed, they would not hear the verbal components of somebody casting a spell behind them for them to turn around and counterspell. And sealed limbs reduces your speed to 0, which means that you cannot move. You would fall prone, and attacks against you would have advantage. And you could not, even if you did break free, because you can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turn. Even if you were to break free, you would still have no speed. And since it's at the end of your turn, you're getting that speed back at the end, which means you cannot stand back up. So you are still down for at least 2 rounds. And the tentacle ability, which is its like main just kind of hitting, this is the one where it's gonna hit you, +7 to hit, 3d6 +5, and it is going to grapple you. So if it hits you, you are grappled, you are restrained, and it can't use this. It can only grapple 1 creature, but while you are grappled, it is sucking the life from you, so it's actually gaining half the damage it deals against you. Also, shadow scale. Again, I wanted to have something from the Shadowfell. When the Fleshcraft Horror is hit by an attack, it can use its reaction to gain resistance to all damage types until the end of its next turn, which has a recharge 5/6. For those that don't know what that actually means, you roll a d6, and if it's a 5 or a 6, it can use that again. There's a lot of creatures that have like recharge 4/6 and stuff like that, or recharge 6. That's what that means. If it if you roll a d6 and you can do it again. It keeps looking like a deformed placenta with eyes. Yeah, I mean, it's giving birth to grotesqueness. To me, it looks like a zit. It looks like a tumor or like a growth, which yeah, art credit to Bing AI image creator. I typed that in for this and also for the reality rupture, and got some sick art for that. So kudos to them. I'm also using this boss to test out a mechanic you always want to try. What's the mechanic, PCM? Curious to hear. It's flesh graftor. I'm over here. I gotta pull up a different class to no opposite of kudos, whatever that is, making nightmares. Yeah, I love that creature. I can't wait to use it against some players. I just don't know when that might be. My players in my library group, they're definitely going in a path I didn't expect them to go. So we recently had the encounter in that group with Gorthok the Thunderboar, and Gorthok is now rampaging through Neverwinter Wood, and my players are actually like, hey, we need to go and like deal with this guy and actually put an end to it. And I'm like, huh, that's crazy. So like I'm actually really surprised. See, and that's the thing, it's like not even players going off track, it's players actually handling the problems they created while and actively like saying, okay, these other things have to wait. We created a problem and we have to deal with it now, instead of like, oh, there's a ramification, or there's like a repercussion to our actions, we'll let the world handle that. Okay, what did PCM say? Well, I'm trying to make a very strong but interruptible abilities for players to play around. So for more important fights, okay, so you're saying like having a character that's showcasing an ability that they're about to do, that the players can try and stop them? Or is it something where like this character is having multiple things happening? Okay, like a wind-up attack. I will have to find it. I'll have to hunt it down and see if I can find it. Cause there was a video. Where can I find that Jimbro Warlock? I will send it to you. This is the most recent version of it. Yeah, I will send this to you if you want. I have it saved to a PDF. And I don't know, are you over in my Discord? You know what, if you want this, head to the link above me or click the about button below the stream and head over to the Discord. I will repost this over in my channel, and you can take a look at it. Now, I will say I did have this scrutinized by the man of scrutiny himself, Cinderblock Sally, and there were some things that could be changed, mostly that the Eldritch Invocation that you're seeing on here, let Yeah, let me post this over in the homebrew. There we go. The Jim Bro Warlock. So one of the things that I would change on this right now. Oh, actually, no, this is the version that I changed it on. Okay, hold on. Delete that. Let me delete that. I'm gonna resave this. Yeah, let me resave this as a PDF. And then I'll repost it. Is that? I'm gonna open up another window. There we go. So there's the most recent updated version. Yeah. So what it is, you get proficiency in athletics and acrobatics, and you can use charisma instead of strength or dexterity for any ability check you make with those two. Starting at first level, whenever you cast a spell that requires you to make a ranged spell attack, you can choose to cast it as a melee spell attack, and on a successful hit, you can force the target to make a strength saving throw. And if they fail, they are either pushed back 5 feet or knocked prone. At 6th level, you gain proficiency in Constitution saves, and each time you finish a short or long rest, you regain temporary hit points equal to your Warlock level, and they last until you take your next short or long rest. 10th level, you gain proficiency in intimidation and persuasion if you don't already have it, and your proficiency bonus is doubled for any checks you make with those. Additionally, once per day, you can use your action to choose a creature within 30 feet, force them to make a wisdom save, and if they fail, they're either charmed or frightened by you for a minute. However, if the creature is affected by damage, they can repeat the save at the end of their turn. And lastly, at 14th level, you get the ability to cast Enlarge Reduce at will, and additionally, when you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can push them back 10 feet. The red is harder to read on here. I could actually, I don't know if I can change. Oh wait, yeah, I could change that. It's probably make it darker, so let's go. Nope, that's brighter. No, that's actually worse. You know what? It's actually because it's bold, more than likely. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably because it's bold. Oh, there we go. That's actually a little better. Nope, we can go 19, or we can go 20. There you are. At least on my side, it'll be different. I don't have these bold, and I normally have those bold, and there you go. But yeah, so and then yeah, the DMs note the membership fee. So once a week, 1d10 gold vanishes from your inventory. Failure to pay this fee may result in late fees, lost powers, or visits from collection agents. So yeah, that's the Jim Bro Warlock. And welcome to Kel's Corner. Welcome to the Discord. Thanks for joining. If my day's been done before, having something to reference, I'm gonna try and find it. There was something that my friend posted over in another Discord that I'm in, and I'm gonna try and find this. It was a while back, but it was essentially what you're referring to, where it was like you know, when you have a monster, instead of just having them attack, they kind of wind back, and then there's one round where they're charging up their attack, and then they come down. This was a while back, and I'm trying to see if I can. I want to say it was. I even want to say that it was a link. It was like a link to a video. But oh god, there's so much in that channel, and it goes back. It goes back so far. Oh wait, I know who posted it. Damn it. I'll have to tag him. You know what? I'll track that down. I'll track that down, PCM, and I will send that to you as soon as I can find that. But yeah, it was. Oh, thank you for the follow, buddy. Hopefully not a Reddit link. No, I don't think it was a Reddit link. I think it was actually a YouTube video more than anything. And it was something that like I commented on it that I wanted to that I wanted to use it in something, but I'm not even seeing. Oh shit, I didn't mean to click that. Everything to be locked has been hard to me without Reddit advice. Oh yeah, that is the hard thing right now on doing. I feel you, man. I do a lot of stuff with Reddit's help, so I feel that pain. Why is from not working in the search? Damn. In here has, I want to say it was maybe it was just a video. Yeah, those are all links. Those are all the same links. Yeah, I'll like I said, I'm gonna reach out to the guy I know who posted it, and see if I can get in touch with see if I can get that video pulled up. But yeah, it was a really cool thing where I kind of talked about how instead of just having a monster that like just attacks, you could have it be where like when the players observe this NPC, like give the players a few moments to kind of observe how this NPC works. Either they watch them from afar or they can see them before they get to them. The idea was that they can see that it's like, you know, they throw these boulders down like a certain track and it like rolls off, and like they sit there and they wind it up for a round before doing that, or they like lean back and they take in a deep breath before they spit out their gout of fire. But you make it to where, like, because you do have an extra round of charging up, make sure that you have stuff like minions around to keep the players occupied, but also to have some kind of damage output. But have whatever that main boss is doing be something that deals devastating damage. Like they're given a good opportunity to avoid this damage. So make sure that if they do mess up and get hit by this, that they're taking a heavy hit. It's a good chicken wing. Yeah. I mean, adding minions is always going to be something that can lengthen out an encounter. While not necessarily just padding out a monster's, you know, hit point pool or increasing their AC, because the higher you make their AC, the harder it is for maybe a character that doesn't have like a, you know, a beefier item or like a, you know, a magic item that really bumps up their to hit modifier, or somebody that more relies on AoE and stuff like that. Beefing up their AC definitely means that they can have a lower hit point pool, and having like a more moderate AC means that you can beef out their hit points, but that just means that the combat against them is taking longer. Having minions there that can occupy the player's times allow those characters that are better at, like, you know, not necessarily like dealing with the bigger, stronger enemies, but like AoE attacks, you know, having rangers and like long shot characters to like pick them off. It kind of gives them something to do. But it also allows you to kind of play each one of those up a little bit differently. Maybe one of the minions is running at somebody with blades drawn and they're just going to attack. Maybe one of them has a crossbow or a short bow or something like that. Maybe one of them is throwing alchemical bombs at an enemy. Maybe one of them's a spellcaster and is just straight up casting some spells. Adding in a couple varieties of those, but making sure that they don't have a ton of hit points, but there's a handful of them. And one of the things that you can actually do is you can bulk out minions, especially if it's something where maybe you had, you know, maybe you want to have, like, instead of having 10 creatures on the map, each one with 1 hit point that you're going to have to deal with very quickly, you can have one location as a stand-in for one kind of minion. So for example, if you have a group of spellcasting minions, you can give them a bigger token, like a large token, and have it count as like 10. Okay, and each one of them have 2 hit points, so that particular token has 20 hit points, and it has something like 15 AC, and when it hits, it's a plus, you know, at full health, it's, say, and this is just a round number, it depends on the kind of stat block you're building, but let's just say it has a plus 10 to hit, and its damage is something like, you know, is like 5d4 plus 10. Okay, but when that creature is reduced to half of its hit points, when it's now reduced to 10 hit points, you reduce everything else down. So now its to hit is a plus 5. Now its damage output is only a 2d4 plus 5. Something like that. There are ways to handle that where you kind of create like a swarm block for minions, and then this way you only have one thing to worry about. There was a great resource, there's a great resource I found a while back. I think it's this one. I think it's the Nerdarchy blog about how to run minions. Yes, this is it. So this is how you do it. So like minions kind of have their own things. They dish out their own damage, and as you tick them down, they do less and less and less. So this is one of the versions. So check that out. But definitely check out online. There's lots of information about running minions in D&D. But the long short of the idea so far was like splitting a legendary action in half. One half being the wind up, letting the players knowing something bad is happening, and the second half being the outcome if they fail to stop it. Ooh, actually, that's a really good idea. Give your character a legendary action that takes yeah, no, that's a really good idea. That's a great way to do it. You could essentially give them a legendary action that goes on, say, you know, initiative 20. When it's initiative 20, they kind of lean back, or, you know, like wherever they are in initiative, you could give them a point where, okay, you see them taking a deep breath, and now they have, you know, they have up until initiative 20 to stop this before it hits them. Like, you could set that point so that this way the players know, okay, there is going to be a point we need to stop him from doing this before you know, before he does it. That's a great way to do it. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh. One of my players just messaged me. Ooh, Elder Flame dice. That's sick. I need to go into my characters and look at something. One of my players who plays in my Rime of the Frostmaiden game just asked me what is the difference between two of these feats, because they are able to take a feat for their level up. They're asking me about the alert feat, which is the original alert feat, where you get a +5 bonus to initiative. You can't be surprised while you're conscious, and other creatures don't get advantage against you, other creatures don't gain advantage on attacks against you as a result of being unseen by you. The new one, you get a proficiency. Oh, that's right. And you can swap. I'm gonna copy and paste this to him. Glenn, just come watch the stream. If you don't mind a spoiler for Library Runa, tell you attack. I can tell you about the attack I'm going to use for this mechanic. Yeah, be right. Yeah. Attack. Yeah. Go ahead and tell me about it, PCM. Glenn, you can always ask in the comments. I would rather answer it live. So this way, if anybody ever did have questions about the OneD&D version. So for those of you wondering, Glenn plays in my Rime of the Frostmaiden game. He plays a new character that just recently joined us named Slagru. They have the opportunity to get a feat, and these are the two that he asked about. So the original one, when you guys roll to start combat, you get a +5 to that bonus. So right now your initiative, let me pull up your character sheet here. So we'll come down here. So currently your bonus is a +7. To take the standard one would give you a +12. So when you started combat, you'd roll a d20 and you'd add 12 to that. Being surprised means that if, for example, a creature snuck up on you guys and attacked you, much like those carrion crawlers in the last session. Now, those had a specific mechanic of, like, if anybody had a passive perception over, I think it was 12, they're not surprised. But if, for example, I had a mechanic, if I had a creature attacking you guys and I rolled for its stealth to see if I could get a surprise round, and let's say I rolled a 20. Okay, none of you have a passive perception over 20, which means we would start combat and that creature would get to get one free round in before you guys could start. So surprise is a condition that a player can have, which means they don't get to act on the first round of combat. Having the alert feat means that you are not privy to that unless I attack you guys while you're sleeping. So as long as you're conscious, you can't be surprised. Also, if a creature is hidden from you and you do not see them, normally they would have advantage on that attack. But because you would have the alert feat, they don't get that benefit. You know that they're there. Now, the new version would be that your initiative modifier, you get a bonus to that equal to your proficiency. So instead of the 12 that this gives, you would just get the +3. So you'd have a +10. But as you level up, your proficiency modifier, beyond first level, your proficiency modifier goes up to a +6. So once you get up to level 17, technically speaking, this one is not as good because you would have a +6. But I can assure you, Rime of the Frost Maiden will not go to the point that you guys get to level 17. So this is probably going to be as good as you could have, because you won't even get a +5 until you guys reach level 13, which you only just hit level 8. So it gets you a higher bonus now versus the higher bonus at the very end. The other thing that the new version gives you is immediately after you roll initiative, you can choose to swap your place in initiative with a willing ally. So for example, let's say that you roll initiative and you roll really high, but you want to let, say, Smith the barbarian go before you because you want him to, you know, take down an enemy or do something first. You could choose to allow him to go in your place, and you kind of like, like usher him on. So in my opinion, I personally believe that the original alert feat is far superior. The initiative swap is nice in certain situations, and unless you're playing high level, this initiative proficiency is not nearly as good as what you got before. Also, the fact that you can't be surprised and creatures can't get advantage against you for being hidden is just, unparalleled. So yes, between these two, that's the differences between these two. This is the one. If you're choosing between the two of those, this is the one I would take, the standard alert feat. Okay. Ooh, these are sick ass dice. Oh, this is the monthly. Oh, yes. Sweet. I want to see these. Do I already have them? Nice. Not like not having it didn't really bite me in the ass. Yeah. I'm curious. I want to see these dice now. We're gonna click a random character. Go run Drunk Forge. Let's roll some dice. Let's see what they look like. Oh god. Oh, that's sick. I love that. Ooh, oof. That is using a lot of processing power. All right, let's see if I can get one of them that's a nat 20. Any nat 20s? I got a nat 1. Come on. There has to be a special animation for a nat 20. Nat 20. Anything? Nothing? There was no... Aw, come on. That sucks. that's one of those things. Like, I love the digital dice because a lot of them have like special things that happen. For example, the everlasting rhyme, if you get a nat 20, it does like this. It does like this cool like ice over effect. Let's see if we can get a nat 20 on any of them. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That's fucking sick. That's fucking sick. There's other ones that do it. It sucks that one doesn't do it. That would have been cool. All right, which one did I have? I don't even know what I had. I don't think I ever turned. Oh, that's right. I had these ones. I really like these ones. Mostly because they're red, and red's obviously my favorite color. But I just love the way that these look. I think they look so nice and so clean. Also, the D4s actually look like D4s. Like I love how they have the numbers on the tops, like certain D4s that you can't read. Some of these dice are great. It's a shame you can't have all of them at once, just like cycling. That's always been one of the things that I have. I've reached out to D&D Beyond before, and I was like, can I just put these on a rotation and just have them like, randomly click through? But unfortunately not. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the gemstone one. What is this? Ooh. Wait, what? Oh wait, I was gonna say I have these. I have those dice. Nice. Some pride stuff. I'll say I think I have the dice. Yeah, I was gonna say I have the dice of true color. Okay. All right, let me see what PCM said here. He basically grabs one of your characters by the neck and breaks a hole in reality and takes the character with him, teleporting them through every level in the game while beating the absolute heck out of you before returning back to the arena. Yes, I was just about to say that. This reminds me of the warlock ability, the fiend ability called Hurl Through Hell. Yep, that's exactly what I had the thought of. So that would be sick. That would be really sick. Like onions? Yes. Onions have layers. Ogres have layers. Ogres are like onions. That's a cool ability. You know what? I'll give you that. One of the things that I like is when you give monsters abilities that are similar to like class abilities, because I think it really makes you rethink things and like change things up whenever you're a player against that stuff. So, all right, so not gonna really worry about that one. I do want to talk about College of the Hammer Drummer real quick. So this was a subclass. I was chatting with somebody, and they were talking about a dwarven. They wanted to make a character, but yeah, the one thing I ran into, I never actually made the, I don't know what that means. How one actually interrupts an attack. So what I would do if I were you is I would have it be where the players have to, when they see that what you could do is when this character starts to wind up for this attack, whatever it is, make sure that your players understand the ramifications of allowing it to happen, but make it be that they have to maybe accomplish two separate things, or maybe they have to accomplish something. Maybe they have to deal a certain amount of damage to them that actually doesn't whittle away their hit points, but is just enough to, like, you know, knock them back and daze them. Or they could stun them. So if they have an ability that allows them to impose a saving throw and it stuns them, that could be it. Possibly disarming them. Okay, that could be one of those things where maybe it's happening with a weapon and they have to disarm them. So if it was somebody that was like hefting a giant boulder over their head and they were going to roll it down this lane towards the players, you could have it where, okay, we have to knock the boulder back. So now they have to like hit the boulder and specifically aim for the boulder, or a weapon. Like if they're hefting back a greatsword and they're going to swing in a big arc, okay, that would be something where you could disarm them. One of the ideas for this kind of attack is, say, like an elemental dragon. So if a red dragon is leaning back and is preparing to do a breath weapon in a certain area, you might have to deal cold damage, like a certain amount of cold damage against them that stops that breath attack from happening. And this way they're able to, you know, maybe whenever it's like leaning back and it's breathing in, they can see the red on its neck that's starting to fill up with this volatile concoction and they're about to spew it. But have it be, you know, have it be something where just like attacking them is not going to resolve it, or, you know, give them some clue prior to reaching that particular boss that gives them the idea about how to interrupt it. Okay, have it be that somebody like left a note as they were trying to escape, and maybe they dropped the note on their way out, of like, you know, half of my crew, you know, from like Goblin script of like half of my crew was destroyed, and the only thing that stopped its breath, its fire breath, was when we shot it in the neck with an ice knife. And, you know, okay, cool, this means that like we have to deal cold damage to its neck, so any cold damage to its neck would resolve it. So however how this attack is working, of like if this is the one where they're like grabbing them and you know, hurtling them through these levels, you could have it be where the first step is the grapple. Okay, this is the start of the legendary action, and you know, they grab them by the neck and now they're hefting them up into the air and they're ripping a breach in space, kind of like the Fiend Warlock would do, of like you rip a hole into the material plane to the layers of hell and you're about to throw them through. Have it be that wind up, and in that time a stun attack dealing a certain amount of damage to their arm, a disarming strike, you know, some kind of, you could do like, say, lightning, you know, because lightning, electrical damage and lightning damage to muscles makes you spasm, so maybe they twitch their arm and they drop them. Well, I did humor an entire line of weapons to give marshals easier access to elemental damage. Yeah, so have it be that maybe this character is especially weak. Maybe they have a vulnerability to a certain kind of elemental damage, and they need to be hit by that in order to interrupt the attack. So that is something that you could do. You could pick like something that's thematic, like a red dragon getting hit by ice, or a white dragon getting hit by fire, you know, in the inverse. So it definitely works. So yeah, what we got here in front of us is the College of the Hammer Drummer. Could also use temp HP to signify the damage threshold. That is true. That is true. You could have temporary HP to, you know, you could use temporary HP to make your life easier, because you could give it where it's at, have it part of that legendary action. When this monster grapples a creature and prepares to throw them through the layers of whatever, they gain temporary hit points equal to X amount. And when if those temporary hit points are reduced to 0 before they finish this ability on, say, you know, initiative count 20, the ability is interrupted. You could do something like that. So yeah, we'll touch on the Hammer Drummer here, and then we'll get into some questions that that Stacy had over in the Discord. So somebody over in another Discord that I'm a part of made a comment that they wanted to see a particular kind of subclass for dwarves that was like the opposite of the wizard blade singer. Now, if you don't know about the wizard, the blade singer wizard, it is technically speaking a subclass that was originally created for elves. So technically speaking, by the original version of this, only elves could get this subclass. But the idea is that you start this song that allows you to move faster, you're lighter on your feet, you're swinging around with a sword, and you're able to concentrate more on spells. Beyond that, it's some extra attacks. When you take damage, you can use your reaction to reduce it by a spell slot, and also you get to add your intelligence modifier to your weapon attacks while your blade song is active. So the main bulk of the blade song, or the blade singer, is really right here at third level, or second level. That's right, it's the weird one. So I wanted to create a subclass that could be for a dwarf that was more loud, more bombastic. And so we talked about it a little bit in the chat, and we came up with this idea of like a thunder based dwarf. So the College of the Hammer Drummer, instead of a blade singer, we have a hammer drummer. What we got was, in the heart of the mountainous dwarven kingdoms, rhythm is not just a form of art, but a way of life. Woven into the clang of hammers and the drumming of heartbeats echoing in the deep tunnels, dwarven bards of the College of the Hammer Drummer tap into this rhythmic tradition, drumming on their shields, the ground, and their foes in turn, creating music as tough and enduring as the stones around them. Dwarven bards of this college are not subtle. When they enter a room, everyone knows. When they start to play, everyone listens. And when they go to war, everyone trembles. Yeah, so starting off, third level, you gain proficiency with warhammers. That's like the weapon of choice, and with drums as a musical instrument. When you hit with a warhammer, you can treat it as if it was a drum for your bardic spells and abilities. So bards have this awesome ability where their spell casting modifier is able to be a musical instrument. This is kind of what they're built around. Charisma is their spell casting modifier, but they can use whatever their instrument is as their spell casting modifier. So for this particular class, instead of having, you know, an instrument, you can actually have your warhammer count as if whatever you're hitting is a drum. So this was the idea. Instead of an elven blade singer that's going around really gentle and, you know, dexterous and graceful, this is somebody rocking up with warhammers in their hands, hitting off a goblin's head and creating music and casting spells with their skull. Additionally, your warhammers can deal thunder damage instead of bludgeoning. I want to say that Warhammer Master, didn't know that was, what is that from? Oh, that was old. Yeah, so 1d8 bludgeoning, it is versatile. So even though it doesn't have light or finesse, even though it doesn't have light, if you took the dual wielder feat, you could actually dual wield these. So if I was playing this particular subclass, I would take the dual wielding feat as like my background subclass, or like a first level feat, or sorry, my background feat or a first level feat, so I could dual wield warhammers. I have not shared this. No, I have not fully shared this to any of the other discords. This was actually made just more like privately in the one. So and then we have also at 3rd level, to use your bardic inspiration. As an action, you can expend a use of bardic inspiration to start a rhythmic drumming that lasts for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. Here, let me share it to the homebrews. There you go. You can follow along. So, as an action, you can expend a use of bardic inspiration to start a rhythmic drumming that lasts for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. You and your allies within 30 feet get to add a bonus amount of thunder damage equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration die to 1 attack per turn. The rhythmic drumming ends if you are silenced or if you voluntarily end it, no action required. So I wanted to do this kind of to combat the blade singer's ability to have like this 1 minute long thing that they get all the aspects to. And I wanted the hammer drummer to be somebody that was like going into battle, and drumming was his way of attributing to the whole group. He was out there, you know, smashing along, you know, stoking up his allies, and this is how he's doing it. So you and your allies, during this minute, everyone gets to roll a bardic inspiration die to add bonus thunder damage to their attacks. So now they only get one. It's to only 1 attack per turn, and I did specifically leave it to 1 attack so that it can be like a spell attack, not just melee attacks, because I want it to be something that everybody can get a little bit of a benefit from. And since this is basing off of your bardic inspiration, you know, it's not going to be something that's super broken early on. You're going to get a D6 once per turn. You're going to get a D8 once per turn. So nothing too crazy, nothing too overpowered, but everybody gets it. And you're able to do this, and it lasts until you're incapacitated. So you can still do your thing, because your drumming is you going up and hitting enemies or casting your spells is maintaining that. Resounding Strike. At 6th level, your drumming infuses your attacks with booming energy. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, this probably should be Warhammer weapon attack, but whatever. With a weapon attack, you can cause it to deal an extra 1d8 thunder damage to the target. This increases to 2d8 at 14th level. So adding on to your Warhammer can be thunder damage. Now any weapon that you have, yeah, leave that. I'll leave that as weapon attack. Now anything that you have can deal extra thunder damage. So again, really just pounding out the fact that you could hear this character on the other side of a mountain. And finally, Call of the Mountain. At 14th level, your drumming can shake the earth. As an action, you can expend 1 use of your bardic inspiration to strike the ground with your drum or warhammer. I will rescind that. I will adjust that, creating a localized earthquake. Each creature of your choice that you can see within 60 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC, or take thunder damage equal to 2 rolls of your bardic inspiration die, or be knocked prone. And you can use this a number of times equal to your charisma modifier, regaining all expended uses on a rest. So at 14th level, you have 2d12 that this is going to be dealing. So all creatures of your choice within 60 feet, dexterity save, 2d12 damage, knocked prone if they fail. Again, I wanted something that was loud. I wanted something that was in your face, something that was rumbling the earth around you, and to kind of play it up that this is not somebody that is subtle, that is graceful. This is somebody that is coming into battle, that is rocking the world around them, that is not gonna be somebody just like forgotten about. This is gonna be somebody that's up front, hitting the ground, smashing everything around them, and really being that heartbeat of battle. It would always be D12 so your bardic inspiration at 15, or sorry, it would be a D10. It would be D10 for 1 level. So you get a D12, or your bardic inspiration is a D10 starting at 10th level, and it goes up to a D12 at 15th. Since you get this at 14th, I thought it was a D12 at 14th level, but basically, since you're getting this at 14th, it would start out as a D10, but at 15th level it would jump up to a D12. So starting at 15th level, this would always be 2d12, because it's 2 rolls of your bardic inspiration die. Because your bardic inspiration goes, it's a D6 to start with. It goes up to an 8 at 5th level, a D10 at 10th level, and a D12 at 15th. I just misspoke because I thought it went up to a D12 at 14th, but I was mistaken. So yeah, I was happy with this one because like I said, this was kind of me and another group working on this together. Found this awesome art by Dubious Artiste online that kind of really gave me that flair of somebody out there, smacking around, drums and really livening up the party. So I love finding really cool art like that. So yeah, Dubious Artiste gets the art credit for that one. So yeah, that is for the most part some of the stuff that I've been working on. I don't have really much else that I've worked on. I've kind of taken a little bit of a break from some of the homebrewing just because I feel like creatively drained right now, and I haven't had any kind of like big hard-hitting inspiration. So because that's the thing for me, is like inspiration hits me at weird times and then I just kind of fly with it. And yeah, haven't really had anything hit me. Actually, I take that back. There is 2 things that I want to make and I haven't yet, because they're the same subclass. I mean, they're the same base class, but they're 2 different versions, and I have to look more into the druid. So I recently talked about this effigy artificer that I made that creates little voodoo dolls, and I shared that out to Cinderblock Sally, and he said that one of the things that might make it better, or that could adjust it, is if it was a druid instead. And I liked that idea of having it be more of like a natural, more voodoo style, instead of like more focusing on the crafting stuff, more on like the natural shaman cursing and stuff like that. but I unfortunately don't know a ton about druids, so I'm having to research them and how their subclasses are built, because unfortunately each one of them that is from the basics functions vastly differently. So it's like the Circle of Land just gets more spells, and they're more like a wizard because of something like, yeah, because of the amount of spells they're able to recover. Circle of the Moon's able to wild shape into higher level things, and Circle of the Shepherd is able to summon things and like create their spirit totems and stuff. So they function vastly differently. There's like things that are just overall different about them. Like Land Stride allows them to move through areas without extra cost, but the Moon one, so this is more about utility and movement, but the Circle of the Moon gets a buff to their attacks, whereas the Circle of the Shepherd gets a buff to the things that they summon. So while like this is a little bit close to this, this is definitely more powerful. This is just completely different. You know, 10th level, this is an ability to not be charmed and you're immune to poison. This one lets you summon things. Like this one like, regains you hit points. They're so vastly different, and I have to research how to make a druid because I want to build 2 of them. Don't quite see how your puppet master. So that's the thing. I'm gonna try and not make it so much of puppet master and make it more of a shaman, like a cursing shaman, somebody that's placing curses on creatures. That's what I'm going to lean more into. Instead of having like the puppetry stuff, I want to have it more of a where like they carry a voodoo doll around. I don't know if I would say medicine man. I think, at least in my own head, medicine man has like a you know, more of a healing thought process, at least just the words. I literally mean like somebody who's like going around, has like a voodoo doll and is cursing people and, you know, putting ill will onto them. I don't want them to be a healer. I want them to be somebody that is like, you know, making enchantments and speaking these rituals, and as they do, it's giving disadvantage on a creature's attacks. It gives them vulnerability to a certain type of damage. I think that's an underutilized ability, and I would love to see something like that. Something where they can slow them down. Some of the same things that I wanted to do with the effigy artisan. See in here, for example, like, okay, their speed is halved, they are blinded, they have disadvantage on their attack rolls, they can take damage, they suffer a level of exhaustion, they are unable to speak, stuff like that. But instead of having it be like, okay, you have to craft these little dolls and then you have to alter them to match the thing you want to do it to, and then you have to use a bonus action to do the thing, okay, instead of all of that, it's more of like, I'm carrying around a totem, I'm carrying around a voodoo doll, and I'm using magic, less of mechanical voodooism, more spiritual, magical mysticism of, this is now you, and I am doing things to it, and you will be cursed, but now I can swap it to somebody else. So that's the path I want to go. Again, I have to do a lot of research on the druid and how to actually build a proper subclass, so I'm going to look into that. The other one that I want to do is very much based off of my character from Diablo, Storbjorn, who is a druid where I play more, my build is the storm magic AoE stuff. So I want them kind of like the wildfire druid, where instead of like, I don't care much for the summoning of a wildfire spirit, but like I want them to I want it to be like a tempest druid, where when they wild shape, they enter this state of the storm where they are able to deal, like they're able to shoot lightning bolts, maybe not necessarily call lightning, but like lightning bolt, but at like a lower level, like create something a little bit smaller. Lightning lore, for example, would work, like being able to cast lightning down on creatures, being able to cast the spell Gust of Wind to like bludgeon enemies and stuff like that. So I do want to look into that. Probably not next week. Maybe the week after. We'll have to look. So yeah, that was just some of the stuff that I've been working on recently. The College of the Hammer Drummer, the Fleshcraft Horror, and the Reality Rupturer. So yeah, looked into that. So now we will answer some questions from the Discord, as I am like to do, because as I mentioned in the Discord, the subreddit that we have in the past, used to reference to do this segment, the DM Academy, is no longer available at this point. So if you are unaware, Reddit is currently trying to will you reshare the drummer when it's finalized? Probably. So Reddit is currently trying to like grotesquely monetize their API, and that will negatively affect third-party app developers and tool makers and modders. So a lot of subreddits have gone dark and gone private. So because of that, the DM Academy is no longer available. So we won't be able to pull questions from there. So if you have questions that you would like me to answer on stream, or if you have a topic in general that you would like me to discuss, feel free to ask that over there. There is the DM advice corner, or you can ask it in the D&D&Chill menu as well. So, but yeah, so we'll take a look at some of these questions that Stacy had asked from today, and also one from a few weeks ago that I don't actually think I answered. So first off, how do you handle high passive scores? More specifically, passive perception. The PCs don't just automatically walk in and see everything you've set up. Same for investigation and insight. PCs don't just out and out know things just as they enter an encounter or scene. So the thing that you have to consider with handling high passive scores, especially passive perception, is that to a degree, players with an exceptionally high passive perception do kind of walk in and see most of the stuff. That's kind of the whole idea of a passive perception. So perception is I'm gonna pull these up side by side here. So let's look at perception. So perception it lets you spot, hear, or otherwise detect the presence of something. It measures your general awareness of your surroundings and the keenness to your senses. So having a high perception score means that when you walk into a room, you kind of know where things are in there. Somebody with an average passive perception, let's just say you have a +2, let's say you have a plus 2 to your perception. Okay, you have probably that would be about an average perception for a character. When you walk into a room, you might not notice every little detail that's in there. You might not notice what's on what's all on the tables. You're probably not looking up to the ceiling or checking the corners of everywhere. You're just kind of going in and you're just letting your senses explore as you start to look around. Somebody with a very high passive perception, when they walk in, they have an eye for detail. They're walking in and they're noticing, they're kind of, their head's on a swivel. They're taking in as much information as they can. So that is giving them the opportunity to notice when there's, something that seems off about this one wall, where if you have a secret wall, for example, or like a secret door that requires an 18 perception check, a DC 18 perception check to notice, and one of your players has a 20 passive perception, guess what? They see that. But that is all reliant on passives being played with. There are some DMs out there that don't play with passives. Now, personally, I do. Unless a player is actively involved in some activity and they make a perception check and they roll below their passive, they are allowed to take their passive. But for example, if a player has, say, like an 18 passive perception, and is like casting a spell, they're casting detect magic, okay, they don't get to use their passive perception for what they're doing, because they're actively sensing for magic. They're not actively, they're actively doing that. Their passive perception is not going to aid them in that moment. I was thinking in relation to traps, or at least in part. So again, it depends on if you as the DM have set up something that allows for a player to detect a trap. That's what it's all based on. You can have traps that is like, oh, there's a pressure plate in the floor and every tile looks perfectly the same, and there's no way to determine them without an extremely difficult perception check, like a 25. Okay, so and there might be some other way to detect them, or to literally cast the spell detect traps, which is a thing. But most of the time, as a DM, you are gonna have to set up some kind of like perception to, you're gonna want to set up like a perception check to notice certain traps, or to notice different things that are around. But that's where it is up to you as the DM to really make that a point, so that your players can utilize that. Now, again, you don't necessarily have to. You can just have it where, hey, this thing is, you can't see it. The other thing that this plays off of is like surprise attacks. So the way that like surprise works is the monster rolls a stealth check, and if that stealth check beats their passive perception, then they get a surprise round. Okay, they're not seen by them. That's where passive most comes in, is monsters trying to like sneak around them. That's also where a DM would utilize passive perception for monsters if the players are trying to sneak around. That's actually why a lot of monster stat blocks include a passive perception. So but yeah, so how do you handle high passive scores? I mean, you just kind of have to handle it as you go. You should not necessarily like denote if a player has built their character to have a particularly high passive perception. So for example, if they take, I think it's Keen Mind. Nope, not Keen Mind. What's what's the other feat? It's not Alert. We actually just talked about Alert. There's one. Oh shoot. Let's get rid of all those. It's in the basics. I want to say it's further down. Is it? It's not Skulker. It's not Skilled. Oh, I can't. Observant. Here it is. You get a +5 bonus to passive perception and passive intelligence and passive investigation. So this is that you're able to pick stuff up a lot more around you. You can also read lips. As in have everything just suddenly be super high DC. Yeah, so that's the thing. You one of the things that actually I mean people talk about this online that DMs do is as their players are starting to level up, they obviously do want to have them be challenged. They obviously don't want their players to, you know, challenge or, you know, to level out of being able to be challenged by anything. Oh wait, I don't imagine you're suggesting to just undo the ability though. To undo the ability? I don't know what that means. I don't imagine you're suggesting to just undo as in sorry, this is in conjunction with itself. As in just having suddenly, yeah. So that's the thing. You wouldn't want to just, as your players are ramping up, to suddenly make everything, you know, only a challenge to the highest, you know, to that highest threshold. Okay. It's kind of in the same sense of like, if you put stuff behind super high perception checks because one of your characters has like a 5 to wisdom, expertise in perception, and took observant, and they have, you know, they have like a 25 to their passive perception, you don't want to start making it where every trap, every secret door, every you know, little detail requires a DC 25 perception check or a DC 26, because nobody else is going to be able to compete with that unless they roll a nat 20 or something. So you want to make sure that there are still lower level challenges, but again, it's passives. Unless that player has specifically chosen not to do anything else in a moment, or then their passive is limited. Okay, if they are involved with something, okay, if they are in combat, for example, they don't have a passive wisdom to, like, if I tell them to roll a wisdom or a perception check, they can't take their passive. But if they are just exploring around and that character has a 25 passive perception and you set up a trap door that requires an 18 perception check to see, guess what? That character sees it. Okay? So other ways that you can combat this, have ways of splitting up your, not necessarily like splitting up the party to the point where they're like doing two separate things at once, but have it be something where that player might have to be doing something else that makes the other players need to step up with their perception checks. Okay? Maybe you have a hallway that's split in half that only has, that each side has a bridge, and each bridge can only hold the weight of 3 players at a time. So you could have it where, okay, we're only going to go down this one, but only 3 of us are going to go at once. Okay. And have it be that your character can't see, you know, what the players are doing because, you know, they're blocking the path. So it kind of, you know, it kind of allows for those challenges to present themselves to the other players. So again, you handle it by giving your player that opportunity to shine if that's how they built their character, or if they have made special precautions to have that high one. But do give them some challenges occasionally. All right. One of the things that I've talked about before on these streams is if your big bads, if the enemies of your players and your party don't know that one of the party members is highly perceptive, they're not going to have a reason to make traps more hidden. They're just going to build them like they would normally build their traps. But if your party is combated and found to have somebody who's highly perceptive, or any other skill, for example, if you have somebody who is highly knowledgeable about magic that's able to, like, you know, determine spell types and stuff like that, or somebody who's super intimidating or something like that, those things the enemies can then use against them. Okay, cool. This, you know, the ranger, you know, like you have these goblins going back to their boss, and it's like, the ranger was able to see through every one of our traps. It was ridiculous. She saw right through them. And, you know, have the bugbear be like, well, then make them more hidden. Bury them in dirt. Cover them with leaves. Make sure that everything is perfect. Okay, cool. So that increases the difficulty of your ability to see those traps. Instead of a DC 15, now it's a DC 18. Okay, those don't work. Ramp it up next time. No longer a DC 18, now it's a DC 20. Okay, and again, realistically, the way that I run my games is the exception. More DMs do not run the way that I run my passives. Okay, most DMs, if they want you to spot something, they're gonna have you roll a perception check, and if you failed, you failed. That's it. I am far more lenient with my ability of, if you roll below your passive and you're not actively engaged in something else, you can take your passive. So high passive scores don't account for shit with a DM who, if there's a trap in the room or you're searching for something, they will call for a perception check when you guys say you want to look around. And if you don't see it, you don't see it. So again, it may be super specific to me. Using passive makes so much sense, in part because building a character creates passive scores. Again, passive scores are mostly used regarding stealth. Okay, it's used if you don't want to roll. That's been some of the other ways that passives have been used. I don't even know. Yeah, here it is. A passive check is a special kind of ability check that doesn't involve any dice rolls. Such a check can represent the average result for a task done repeatedly, such as searching for secret doors over and over, or can be used when the DM wants to wants to secretly determine whether the character can succeed at something or not. So that's the thing. Like, these are something where in time you know, a task that's done repeatedly, such as searching for secret doors over and over and over again, a DM could honestly say, okay, well, you have to do it so many times before you can use your passive. Or it can be used when the DM wants to secretly determine something, such as noticing a hidden monster. Okay, again, this is something where if you want to limit the dice rolling, you can use it. So, but it's just 10 plus the modifiers. But yeah, that's just one of those things where these are the rules for it. Okay, it does not say that, you know, oh, if you don't, you make a call and you can now use your passive if you roll lower. That's a me thing. But the reason why passive checks, the way that I run them, can be used appropriately is if on top of that the monsters get that same kind of stuff. So for example, if a monster is, you know, like if you guys were to set up traps and stuff, okay, maybe the party is having to defend someplace, maybe they are trying to guard somebody inside of a house or something like that, like a mansion, and there's an invading force that's coming after them, and they've set up traps and pit traps and spike traps around the house. And I could very arguably say, okay, cool, these monsters have passive scores. They have X amount, and because of that, they avoid every single one of your spike traps. Again, it's always going to be a balance between, you know, between players and monsters in that case. But again, the way that I specifically run passive scores is the exception and should not be taken as the standard. This is something where in 90% of the cases, if a DM has players entering a scene and they want to look around to see what they can see, they're going to have them roll a perception check, and what they roll is what they get, and that is it. So unless a DM has set up a house rule of you can call for a passive and you don't roll, but you can take your passive, or in my case, you can roll or take your passive if you get lower, then that's different. But standard, you enter a scene, DM calls for a perception check, you roll low, it's a bad roll, your character walked into a cobweb. You aren't seeing anything right now. You know, the halfling that has a -2 to wisdom but rolled a nat 20 and got an 18, and it was an 18 to see the trap door. They see it. They got super lucky. You know, they're walking around and they just so happen to be moving their hand along the wall and they catch their nail on the trap, you know, on the secret door. So yeah. So yeah, that's for the most part what I gotta say about that. All right, so next up, metagaming. Do you have methods you use to combat against your players' metagaming? So I want to zoom in on there. There it is. Is there such a thing as good metagaming? Does being a new player versus experienced player seem to lead to more metagaming? I feel new players have different sort of metagaming versus experienced players. Do I agree? Okay, so metagame, yeah, and I know that the fourth wall break is kind of a thing that goes in line with that. So for one, do I have methods to combat against players metagaming? It depends on what kind of metagaming. That kind of goes into the second part. Is there such thing as good metagaming? So realistically, anything could be metagaming. Okay, there are assumptions that everyone has to take when playing in character that your character knows, okay? If you are running a game that has a high magic system, is it meta knowledge to know the material components of certain spells? Is that something that you would have to roll for? Okay, that's something that you kind of got to question. So, you know, for example, if we pull up if we pull up a random spell here that has, say, a material component, where can I forget where I can separate stuff that has material components. There it is, material. Bark skin, a handful of oak bark. Okay, is it metagaming for the druid to know that you need to have a handful of oak bark to cast bark skin? Is it metagaming to know that in order to cast revivify, you need a diamond worth 300 gold? So is that meta knowledge because you have the spell book in front of you and you can look at it? Or is that something that revivify is a spell that people know about? It's expensive and only a few people know how to do it, but it's known. And you could have a DM that says, okay, well, you know, make an Arcana check. Okay. Or, you want to, you want to know about a certain god. Okay. Make a religion check. The level of metagaming that I am comfortable with personally as a DM is, does it make sense for your character to know this? That's the way that I look at it. Okay. For example, if in P5, if an NPC asked, does revivify cost anything? You know, somebody comes to the party and says, you know, my brother was just shot with an arrow and died, you know, or they watch somebody die and they're like, can you heal him? You know, I have money. And, you know, is it meta knowledge for them to say, sorry, you don't have 300 gold? You know, for somebody that would have access to that spell, no, totally fine. Or if we look at true resurrection, okay, you need diamonds worth 25,000 gold. Okay, for somebody to say, you know, you need, you know, for somebody to go to somebody and say like, hey, I need, you know, this person died and I need them brought back, and how much does it cost? For somebody like Smith's character, or, you know, who is extremely knowledgeable on Arcana, or for Hannah's character, who is a cleric and will eventually have access to that spell, I would say it's arguable that their character could know that, you know, what the material component is. But Cephas, for example, would probably not have any reason to know that. Because that's not something his character would have had an instance to know. Now, it's not necessarily true, because, for example, if Cephas researched true resurrection at some point, he could argue that. But that would require some kind of a roll. That would require like an Arcana roll or something like that, you know. Again, I've always said, does it make sense that your character would know this? Okay, if you as a player know that a troll needs to be killed by being dealt fire damage or acid damage, okay, does it make sense that your character know that? If your character grew up sequestered in a noble family and you never once went out into the forest, but now you've yearned for the life of adventure and you've gone out and you're now starting to face the world, You probably do not know that a troll needs to be killed with acid or fire. You could make, if you really wanted to, as your action in combat, to make a check to know this. But again, it would only make sense to try and garner that information when you realize that no matter what you do is not killing this troll. Why is it not dying? Well, let's think. Okay, make a survival check, make a nature check, make a history check. It would probably be nature in my mind, but you know, let that play it off. I would feel like it isn't metagaming when it's their own spells, but I've also brought up the notion of how suddenly PCs seem to know things upon level. And again, you can't, okay, that is metagaming on a level that you can't fight with, unless you are specifically playing a kind of game where players are required to like basically train up their skills that they're eventually going to have access to. You cannot fight the fact that at 5th level, suddenly the fighter can now attack twice on their turn, and suddenly the wizard can cast fireball when they couldn't before. Why? Well, it's because the fighter was practicing their speed. They were trying to get faster, okay? But at no point did the fighter ever bring up that they were doing this. But that's because it's a game. There is a level of metagame that has to happen, okay? The concept of spell slots, like, what does that mean? And some people have tried to make an argument about that. Oh, it's just mana. Okay, everyone has mana. A wizard uses it to cast spells. A druid uses it to wild shape. A barbarian uses it to rage. They're able to tap into some extra energy source within them that is represented differently depending on who you are. A paladin is able to heal people with it because they have lay on hands and they're able to cast spells. You know, everybody has it a little bit differently. A fighter is able to tap into that extra energy and swing faster every turn. That's what did it. It wasn't a physical transformation. It's now they're able to tap into this internal energy source that everything has. So you can try and argue it one way or another, but for the most part, there is a level of metagaming that kind of has to happen because you're playing a game. You can't separate yourself from that so entirely because you'd have to put so much work into just maintaining, you know, how stuff was going on. That also comes with like combat, okay? If you really want to cut back on metagaming, why would you ever let a player take more than, say, 6 seconds to determine what they're going to do on their turn? Okay? Because everybody has 6 seconds. That's how long a round lasts. So the DM could make their choices and would require the players, every single one of them would get 6 seconds to say what they do on their turn. All right, I attack them and I do this thing. Okay, cool. I cast fireball and I want it right here. Okay, cool. I cast wild shape and I turn into a wolf and I'm gonna attack this character. Okay, but you have a player who sits there and says, okay, well, all right, so we know that this guy is resistant to, we know that this guy didn't take much damage from this. How many hit points do you have? How many hit points does the fighter have? Okay, so shoot, it's probably better off for me to do this. So at that point, they're starting to strategize. Okay, hey paladin, if I do this thing now and I cast a spell on you, if I cast Bear's Endurance on you, do you think you'd be able to take down the big bad before we have to deal with his minions? Yeah, I think so. I think I could do that if I had the extra strength. Okay, cool. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cast Bear's Endurance on you. That's strategizing. In the middle of combat, where does that happen? It's 6 seconds. Every round is 6 seconds. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. That was 1 round. You can't have that conversation in that amount of time. So we suspend our expectations. We suspend our disbelief for that moment, and we think to ourselves, these are adventurers. They are out there. They know how to react in these moments. They have fought and they have trained, and there is some level of unspoken strategy that they can employ while on the battlefield that they in character know that we can work around. If you weren't allowed to strategize with your party, except for like a minute at the beginning of each round, okay, then that's it. Like every round, okay, here's the things that we need to do, and now if they change halfway through, you have to stick to your plan. So it becomes a lot harder to manage it. So that's where metagaming has to fall in line. Okay, if it strategizing, yeah. So that's the thing, that is a form of good metagaming. Okay, to be able to talk in game and in combat with the party, that is something where that would not happen any other time. Now, the bad kind of metagaming is, for example, when you sit down to fight a Leviathan. It's where your party is going into combat with a Leviathan, and they see that the Leviathan is creating a tidal wave, and one of the party members goes, quick, everyone, this thing's gonna hit us, and we're gonna get knocked prone. Well, why the fuck do you know that you're gonna get knocked prone? Okay, or you're fighting a Leviathan and they say, hey guys, if this thing takes 50 cold damage, if we deal cold damage to this, it's gonna partially freeze, and that's gonna reduce the speed. Well, why the fuck do you know that? Why do you as a player know that? You don't. There's no reason your character should know that, and you as a player probably know that because you might be familiar with the Leviathan stat block. You might be familiar with how that monster works, but that's not information that your character is privy to. It's not at all. Okay, that's the same as saying a zombie, for example. A zombie, unless it takes radiant damage or a critical hit, it has a chance to not drop to 0 and instead drop to 1 hit point. Okay, that is one of those things of like if somebody says, make sure that we deal radiant damage to these, make sure that we, make sure you do only radiant damage because that's how we kill these things. Or again, against a troll, oh, make sure you hit them with acid or fire. Well, why does your character know that? You as a player may know that, but your character does not. And that is one of those things with new players. When they sit down to take in the game, you might have an overzealous player who sits there and reads who buys the monster manual and reads the stat blocks. And then they're going to try and help the rest of their party. But you have to remind them that's not information your player knows. Okay. And experienced players, if I sit down at a table and I see that there is a troll, I have to separate my knowledge about that taking acid or fire damage. But that is where you have players that abuse metagaming versus somebody like myself that would separate my knowledge from my player for my PC and say, does it make sense for my player character to know this? If my player character is a ranger and my favorite enemy type is giant, I would 100% know that. That makes total sense. But you have to argue about why they would or wouldn't. I agree it is taking the innate ability a character would have to just know some things and would work together versus what a player doesn't know, so it would have to work out. Yeah. Whereas, wait, I feel experienced players metagame using that sort of knowledge, whereas new players seem to metagame given in-game to other characters. That their characters, wait, what? Seem to metagame knowledge given in-game to other characters. I don't know what that means. New players seem to metagame knowledge. Seem to metagame knowledge given in-game to... So wait, are you talking about like if one player is told something that, you know, so if player A is told something by an NPC, yeah, okay, that is one of those things that everyone does, okay? That is one of those things that I don't even think it's experience versus new players. I think the problem that is faced with that sort of meta knowledge and that sort of meta gaming comes from the expectation of new players wanting to work together and active and like that comes from the expectation of certain players wanting to believe that the rest of their party is going to explain and divulge necessary important information anytime that they get it, because it only makes sense to do that. Okay. I feel like new players I actually don't. I personally do not. I have, in the experiences that I have had, in the experiences that I have had, I find that new players are more likely to ask, is that something that I would know, versus experienced players who expect their companions to divulge information for them to assume that information is being shared. Specifically, I'm referencing to my I'm referring more to like games that I have played with experienced players and running a game for all brand new players, except for one at my library. I have one player at my library who has been playing for years. He has a higher expectation that the information that the other players have, as long as his character is within earshot, but like even if it's like important information, he has a higher expectation and has expressed that information should be shared amongst the party. Whereas in other cases with the newer players, they hear something, if one of them hears something from an NPC, the rest of the group does not automatically assume that they have told them that information, because they're very in tuned in that moment of, you know, my character is not there in that scene. I know I ask a lot of things. Yes. So, and that's the thing. It's one of those things where it should be something. It should be something that players should not want to hide shit from each other. Players should want to share information with everyone else. But unfortunately, some players get this stick up their ass that, oh, I have learned something and I only want to share it with somebody, or I want to exclude certain people from this knowledge. Those players are dicks. If you as a player have learned information that is valuable to the party, you should, upon learning it and having the opportunity to divulge it to the players, not hesitate to say, I'm going to tell the rest of the party about this. Simple. And as my players at the library have grown more experienced over the year that we have been playing together, I think the year that we have been playing together, maybe? Yes, actually, it was a year, 2 days ago. Wow. Actually, Section 24 was 1 year, almost to the day. So the thing is that those players have come into this mindset of, if I find out something while I'm alone, or if I learn something when no one, like when it's only just me and this one other player, the moment we're with the other party, we should let them know. Because it doesn't benefit anybody for one person to hold on to, you know, some random bit of information. Okay, and you could argue like, well, my character is less trusting of them, or, you know, my character doesn't know if this person should know. Why? You know, why does your character not trust somebody that you're literally traveling around with, allowing to wield weapons and magic next to you, that you are sleeping next to, that you are trusting with your life should you go down, that they'll be putting a healing potion in your throat? Why might not you let them know that there's goblins advancing across the highlands? You know, why do you want to keep that information to yourself? You know, why is it that you just learned that some NPC has a weird, strange key, and you kind of want to, oh, I want to keep this to myself so that it's my, not, no, fuck that. Tell everyone, okay? Again, personally, I think when it comes to players learning in-game knowledge that others don't, unless there is a very good reason, like one of the players is one of the PCs is compromised, or they have done something that explicitly shows that they should not be trusted with this certain information, it should be assumed that that information is shared with the party. Now, yeah, you could have some things that want to remain secret to you for one reason or another. For example, if a character has a vision that something bad happens to them because they touch a what's up, Pokeminer? Pokeniner, sorry. What's up, Pokeniner? If a player has a vision because they touch some magical artifact and it shows their death and they freak out about that, okay, they may not necessarily want to, they may not necessarily want to share that, or, you know, that might be a personal thing, okay? Maybe they have a little side thing going on and they do have something they want to keep, you know, to themselves. But they should not expect that the rest of the party could offer input on that. It also makes it harder for the players to remember if their character does or doesn't. That's right. But that's the thing. Unless you are explicitly stating, and this is where it does come down to, it's on you, it's on the players. It's on you guys to say whether or not you tell anyone else in your party about it. Because the problem is that from a DM perspective, if you do not say, I tell the rest of the party this information, I will make the assumption that you did not, because I am not going to assume the affirmative, because that has made you make a choice. Okay, I'm not going to assume that you put that information forth. You as a player need to say, I'm going to tell people about this. Okay, and again, that is a metagaming tactic that other players can use by saying, hey, do you tell the rest of us that? You know, if I was playing in a campaign with somebody and they just learned something really important and then came back to the party, I could ask them, do you tell us about what just happened? And if they say no, I now have to play with the knowledge that my character is ignorant to that. And I can't play into knowing that. And I can't like, oh, but what were you doing over there? And maybe I should go and see who is this person you were talking. Like, you have no reason to do that. Okay, it's just like Pokeniner says, the communicate. It's on the communication of the player. Okay, that is on the players to say whether or not they share that information. And if they don't, then who does that fall on? It falls on the player who learned the information and didn't say something. Okay, that's it. It's the bottom line. Sometimes, though, some players feel when they're asked if they share information, they're being pressured to share. Well, and again, why do you feel that you need to withhold that information? And sure, I do agree that some players are very pushy about wanting to know everything. Okay, I do think that there are players out there that are constantly like, oh, do you share this with me? Do you tell everyone? You know, do you do this? Do you do that? Do you let everyone know this? Because that can get annoying. Okay, and there is a difference between wanting to know what the party knows and constantly pushing to have your character be the one who has every bit of information. Okay, so I always ask not to know everything, but see, and that's the thing. If you're asking to know what your PC knows, I would not do that. Okay, don't ask, do you share this with the rest of the party just so you know what your PC is doing? Truthfully, you should just play with the knowledge that your character has not been informed about that. Put it on the other player. When that information lives and dies with that player because they ignorantly did not choose to share the information, they did not feel it necessary to share the information, or they purposefully withheld the information, then that's on them. I just suggest that. Okay, I am not gonna give you one solid answer to this. There is a range that you have to look at depending on what it is. Okay, there's not just going to be one. If a player learns something that affects the whole party, they should tell everyone in the party. I do believe that. Okay, I think it is sometimes necessary to ask that player, do you divulge this with the party? They say no, you drop it and you leave it at that. Okay, but if a player learns something that is maybe more specific to them, then I would not ever bother asking them that if their character would know that. For example, when Smith had his visions back at the Innsmouth estate, okay, when he had those weird visions that were suddenly thrust upon him upon seeing those certain NPCs, Captain Alphonse Knox and whatever her name was. I can't remember what her name was. No, not Alphonse Knox. Here it is. Sergeant Alphonse Knox and General Sabine. When Smith suddenly had that vision, okay, I would not ask Smith, like, do you tell us that happened? Because that's very personal to him. That's something that's on him. But if it's something that, like, everyone feels the party should know, that might be the time to ask it. It's a spectrum, and you have to kind of dance that line, because there are going to be players that want to reveal that information in time, And sure, it could be, you know, looked as pressuring it. They may be in the process of building up to telling the rest of the party that, and somebody comes at them and says, do you tell us this? And okay, yeah, I was gonna tell everyone. But again, anytime that some information is shared to one player, constantly going at them and like constantly, you know, oh, do you share that with us? That, yeah, that can get, there can be players that feel like that is, you know, there can be players that feel like, hey, I will tell this when I feel comfortable. That is distinguishing a difference that would be different. Exactly. These are human beings. Each one of them has different emotions and each one of them reacts differently. You have to handle each different player uniquely to them to know what you can and can't do. So again, that's just that's dealing with humans. Okay, it's distinguishing a difference that's different, that would be different for each player. That's just dealing with humans. So if it's my line has always been, personal information might seem worth sharing to the party for one person. Sure, again, that is up to that player to make that decision though. Okay, if it's personal information that is specific to that character, let that character make that decision to give up that information. Okay, so if, for example, a player finds out that their father is, you know, funding some evil organization, that's really their information to tell. But if a player finds out that their father has just summoned, you know, is the one who just summoned a legion of orcs from the Shadowfell to run amok across the lands, that would be information to tell the party. Because, hey, I know the person who summoned all of these orcs. It's my dad. Okay, but again, it's, you know, it's there's not one right or wrong answer. There's not a yes you should or no you shouldn't. It's very specific to one, the player, to two, the information that they're privy to. That's it. Like, so can't know till you ask if to wait. So can't know till you ask if they find it's worth sharing. Again, personally, I personally, when I am playing as a character, the few times that it happens, I never ask, do you share this information with the rest of the party? My assumption, because of the way that I am as a DM, is unless that player who knows the information says, I tell everyone, nobody knows. I, as a player, when I play a character, I'm playing in a Pathfinder game right now. If somebody in my party learns something when I'm not in the room with them, I'm not gonna question, do you tell me that? If I walk into that room and Trevia turns around and says, hey, I just learned the name of the, you know, I just found this information out, here's this information, then that's it. But if I walk into that room and I'm not there to gain that information, I don't know it. And I'm not going to say, do you tell me that? Because I'm going to leave it up to them to tell me that. And if they forget it, guess what? When that information comes necessary, I'm going to say, what do you mean? What do you mean this was my god? I wasn't told this. And oh yeah, we learned that back at the beginning of the dungeon. Your god is actually the one that these cultists worship and are doing this for. You know, again, you can play it, you can play it in character better if you assume that. Okay, so instead of going out and saying every single time that somebody learns something, do you share this with the party? it's a way to play it more in game if you assume they don't tell you until they actually do. When the party gets together, the players could ask them. So again, it is different with every scenario. If you're the kind of player that wants to do it and you're okay asking your party that, that's fine. You might just have players, you might just have players that get annoyed with that. Okay. But again, if you're saying it when the party gets together, the player can ask them. Sure. If you want to be the player that does that, you just have to face the fact that, like you even suggested, some players feel like when they're asked to share information, they're being pressured to do it. You could annoy players by asking it constantly if they share it. I personally believe that you should share information. Okay. My bottom line is that when you're a player and you learn something, you should share it with the rest of your party if it pertains to them. Okay. If it is something, specific to your character, that is your choice to reveal that information. Technically, it's all your choice to reveal your information, but I personally think that you should share it if it pertains to the party or something that the party is doing. But when I play at a table, I am not going to be the person to look at another player and say, do you share this information with me? Because until they actively say, I tell you about this, my character doesn't know it. And that's the bottom line. And that's how I play my character. Okay. Because instead of asking the question, do you share this so I can, because you kind of have to justify it, because like you said, I always ask not to know everything just to be sure I play my character correctly. You can play your character correctly by assuming they don't tell you until they do. Okay? Because if you're constantly asking to know what the rest of the party does, it could look like you're just trying to know it just to know it, not to roleplay your character. Because otherwise you have to expressly state that every time. Hey, do you tell this to the rest of us because I just want to know how I should play my character? You'd have to almost say that every time. So to play your character correctly is to assume that you don't know it, because at that point in time you don't. So again, you just have to make a personal choice. You really have to make a personal choice to say, I am going to ask anytime somebody learns something if they share it with the party. You make that choice. If the rest of your players is okay with that, then that is on them. That is between you and them. Again, I personally, when I play as a character, I am not going to go fishing for knowledge where I have not cast my line. So that's long topic end. I'm not going fishing where I never cast a line, or when I wasn't in the pond. No, please do, Pokeniner. I was actually just scrolling back up to see where you jumped in. I'm very curious to see your sorcerer subclass. Let's pop this over here so I can see it full screen. All right, sorceress origin, blight blood. Legend speaks of a lineage forever marked by the touch of pestilence and decay, tracing their origins to a plague long forgotten. A wicked curse or a fateful encounter with a blighted realm seem to originate this accursed bloodline, intertwining their essence with the very forces of plagues. A blight blood sorcerer As a blight blood sorcerer, this tainted legacy courses through your veins, granting you a unique connection to a dark energies. to the dark energies of disease and toxins. Blight blood sorcerers are both feared and revered. Their connection to pestilence and decay sets them apart from ordinary spellcasters, casting an ominous shadow upon their reputation. Many view them with suspicion and apprehension, associating their presence with impending plagues and widespread devastation. However, their rare understanding of disease also grants them a certain level of respect from those who seek their knowledge and power. To encounter a blight blood sorcerer is to witness the embodiment of an ancient curse, walking the delicate line between life and death, wielding their infectious magic with both dread and fascination. This sounds sick already. I kind of love the idea of like a disease focused subclass. I love this art. Plague Eruption. That is sick. That is sick. Also, I need to know what font this is, because I love that you have the font in a more like handwritten script. I'm gonna get the source code. I need to look for footers. Wait, this is it? There's no source? Oh shit. Damn, home brewery. Actually, wait, let me see. Plague Eruption. Okay. We're gonna do this. Wow, that is actually just their basic ass. Oh, no. It's something very specific to them, huh? Crazy. It's specifically their artist thing. It doesn't actually have the text in there. Damn, I wanted that font. I'm so jealous now. Because that's the thing, when I do mine, wait, I don't have art on that. When I do mine, I have it like down in the corner with the standard font. I like that other one though, so I'm gonna have to figure that out, because that sounds sick. That looks sick. I like that. I like that it looks like it's, you know, handwritten. All right, so Blight blood magic. All right, so we got hex and inflict wounds. That makes sense. Wither and bloom. Don't know if I know that one. Wither. Oh, okay. Strixhaven. All right. So let me see here. So we got hex. I'm going to create a list here. So we're going to pin hex. We got inflict wounds. Ray of enfeeblement. Wither and bloom. This is one that I don't know. You invoke both death and life in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on a point within range. Each creature your choice in that area must make a con save, taking 2d6 necrotic damage on a failed. Have as much on a success. Non-magical vegetation in that area withers. I want to say I know this spell is something else. Abidelzim, that's what I'm thinking of. In addition, one creature of your choice in the area must spend and roll one of its unspent hit dice and regain a number. Okay, that's the wither part, and then the bloom part. That's pretty sick. I'm thinking of the this is like the of how like vegetation, the whole withering stuff is like Abidelzim's horrid withering. That's pretty cool. I like that. Wait, oh, that's already on there. Okay. What else we got? We got gaseous form. So that's a pretty familiar one, which, yeah, kind of makes sense there. We got slow. I like the idea of like a contagion kind of slowing you down. That's good. We got blight, obviously. That that would have to show up here. So I was gonna say, I think a sorcerer, yeah, okay, good. A sorcerer would get it, but yeah, that is good. Death ward, okay, I'm liking that. Death ward's good if you wanna keep somebody up and keep them alive. Then we got anti-life shell. Okay. Yep. So that's keeping out the undead and stuff, and then obviously contagion. Kind of same thing with blight. I assumed that would show up on here. So the only one that I think kind of breaks like my own rule is Wither and Bloom, but I don't. So one of the things that I've always stuck to is like having these spells that a subclass gives you be from the PHB, but I think Wither and Bloom is so appropriate for this, just based on that quick read. 100% agree. I think this is a great spell list. That looks really good. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I would even consider, and I'm not really pulling anything in my own head. Yeah, you know, let's look at 1st through 5th. I'm even also thinking if there's even anything at like 6th level that you could bump yourself up, but no, I think what you got here is good. Now this one, unless you have something that's coming later, I feel like this is one of those ones that this class should take at some point, detect poison and disease, to just kind of like know more about that. Oh, that's next. All right, sick. So let's before I talk more about it, we'll look on. So we get this awesome list of spells. Starting at 1st level, your tainted blood has a feel for pestilence that is nearby. You can always sense the presence and location of poisons, poisonous creatures, and diseases within 30 feet of you. You can also identify the kind of poisonous creature, or disease in each case. So let me ask you this. This is an always kind of thing. So Draconic Sorcerer gets mage armor permanently, right? So here's my question. Do you? I personally don't know. So this is basically just, you can also identify. Huh. I guess I never realized detect poison and disease includes poisonous creatures. So kind of just getting that all around. Yeah, Draconic Sorcerer. It's not bad. I'm trying to think though if it's, yeah, because it's 13 plus dex when you're not wearing armor. So okay, yeah, no, I fuck with that. Get some sick spells. Get to always sense disease and magic. The only thing that I would I feel like this is going to be one of those things that a DM is going to forget. That's the only thing I'm going to say. I don't think it's a bad bit. I think this is really cool. It totally makes sense thematically. I think this is something that a DM forgets. Now, I will say it's a personal thing. My buddy Smith that plays in my Phandalin 5 game, he plays a wizard and will cast detect magic, and I will completely forget that he cast that. So I have to like make sure I put some kind of marker on his token when we're playing. Yeah, no, I think this totally works to get that permanent first level ability. Because I would just maybe, because that's what you're doing, I would maybe pop this after it, just so that this is still maintained, because I don't necessarily think it should be more powerful than the spell version, because it's already going from you're losing the concentration of it, and it's no longer just 10 minutes and requiring a spell slot. It's just an always thing. I would make sure that it has on there that this sense is blocked by 1 foot of, like copy and paste this from there and just have the beginning of it say these senses are blocked, or this sense is blocked. So yeah, that's the only adjustment that I would make to it. Infectious casting. Starting at 6th level, your sorceress origin can contaminate your spells through your meta magic. You gain the transmuted spell. Okay, let's there it is. You gain the transmuted spell meta magic. It doesn't count against the number of meta magics you know. If you already have this, you can choose another. Additionally, if you use your transmuted spell meta magic to change a spell's type to poison, poof. Okay, so at 6th level, so to like really change this, at 6th level, you gain the transmuted spell meta magic and can change a spell's damage type to poison for free. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, there's part of me that says that's a bit much, but there's a lot of shit that resists poison. Poison and fire are the top 2 resisted or immune conditions across all monsters. So getting a free meta magic is actually pretty powerful, especially since you're getting one from Tasha's. You're getting a free one from Tasha's. Also at 6th level, your awareness for pestilence allow your body to reject certain diseases and toxins. You have advantage on saves against the poison condition and resistance against poison damage. Okay. All right, here's the one thing, here's maybe one of the suggestions that I'm gonna say. I feel like this should be your 1st level ability, because getting resistance to poison damage and advantage on saving throws against the poison condition, there's a lot of races that get that, actually, like the dwarves, for example. I did that. However, originally no other sorcerer gains an advantage at level 1. They gain them at level 6. See, I've never made a sorcerer, so this is where my ignorance is going to get the better of me. Let me pull a couple of these up and take a look. Okay, cast a first level spell. If you cast using spell slots, okay. Resistance to psychic damage, advantage on saves against being charmed. Okay. When you cast a spell that deals a damage type associated with draconic ancestry, blah 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 blah. Gain the ability to call forth a howling creature. Okay, that's the shadow magic one. Resistance to lightning and thunder. Creature makes an attack roll. You can use a reaction to subtract it. So yeah, I am seeing two of them getting it. Let me see up here. Okay, so yeah, there's no resistance up until 6th level, and advantage. Okay, so that's a. Additionally, okay, so that's also okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. I'll agree with you on that. It fits the design of other sorcerers. So yeah, I'll go with you on that. Okay. Starting at 14th level, your blight-filled body enhances your magic to become incredibly infectious. Whenever you cast a spell that deals poison damage to a creature, that creature must succeed a con save. On a failed save, they gain the poison condition and have their movement speed reduced by half. Fuck. And because of your transmuted, because of this, every single one of your spells can do that. So realistically, we're looking at every spell. Whenever you cast a spell, comma, or whenever you cast a spell that deals damage, that creature must succeed a con save or gain the poison. Damn. So, okay, but they only have the poison condition until the start of, I mean, still, that's, so that's, you could cast Fireball and turn it poison by transmuting it, and every creature in that 20-foot radius sphere now makes a con save as well as their dexterity save, and if they fail that con save, they have disadvantage on attacks and checks, and they have their speed reduced by half. That is strong as shit. Again, I don't play as sorcerers very often, so I can't honestly say, because I knew this one. I knew that you got a flying speed as the dragon one. You can magically teleport. When you're hit by a melee attack, you can deal lightning damage. Gain a mono. Yeah, that seems extremely powerful. All right. True Pestilence at 18th level. The blight within your body is unstoppable, infecting any foe or obstacle in your path. Whenever you use a sorcerer feature or spell to cause the poison condition, so literally every spell, the effect ignores any immunities to the condition. It also ignores any advantage. Jesus Christ. Additionally, whenever a creature succeeds a save against being poisoned, you can spend, wow, I'm sorry, what? I might recommend that you change this to, you can spend a sorcery point to have them roll with disadvantage, because that could be a wow. Because just having them fail the saving throw, I don't know how that would work against legendary resistances. I guess they'd have to burn 2 of them. Oh, I get this reaction. I get that you can only do it to 1 creature. Man, that is, granted it is 18th level. So here's here's what I will say about this. I think it's a baller ass class. I think this is sick. I think it's strong. Now I will say with that, I'm not the best at reviewing subclasses. And that's because I really like strong subclasses. I like stuff that make a DM work. Okay? When at 6th level, every single one of your spells can be poison, that's kind of cool. Okay? At 14th level, being able to poison creatures, again, that's strong. I think it's cool. I think it's a sick class. I'd love to play it. I would be curious to play, to run a game with one of these Blightbloods in it, just to like see what I could do to really combat it, because that's kind of like my like favorite thing. What though I am going to recommend for you to do is to are you I don't know if you are over in my Discord. I don't know if you are yeah, I don't know if you're over in my Discord, but I am going to suggest what is that? Is that a thing? Is that a bot command? I don't think I have that bot set up. If you do want to join my Discord, you can click the about button below my stream. There's a Discord link in there. So what's up, buddy? Thank you. I will send you, I'm gonna send you 2 links. First off, I am going to send you a link to a separate Discord, crazy as that might be, sending you show up and then I immediately send you away. I'm gonna send you a link to somebody who reviews homebrew every single week. He's a YouTuber by the name of Cinderblock Sally, and in his Discord there is a channel called Review on Stream that I will send to you. The link for his most recent post about it. He does a stream. You do that? Oh, sweet, fuck yeah. So send that to him. I want to see Cinder review this. Or if he has, let me know. Because I've sent in some of my own to him, and I would be so excited to see what he says about this, because I have been trying to learn his level of scrutiny. But he's you're doing the Thursday review? Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, that's the one I just linked to you. Nice. Oh wait, no, the Thursday one. Oh, that's the one. Is that the one for members? Yes. Okay, cool. I'm nice. Yeah, I only just recently started following him on, or subscribing to him, or for the membership on YouTube. So I'm probably gonna send him one of mine if I remember. But yeah, I'm super excited. I would love to see him review this one, considering the members one is a little bit smaller of a community. There, you'll see your Artificer hopefully on Thursday. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. But yeah, my opinion of this, I think this is great. I think this is very strong, but I think it's strong in the right way. This subclass does one thing really well. Okay, this is not a subclass that is like diversifying across different, elements. You know, you're not really benefiting from anything fire, cold, lightning, thunder, acid. You are poison. You know poisons. You know when a poison's near you. You know when something is poisonous. You know when something is disease. You know what it is. All of your spells are poison. You are resistant to poison and have the poison condition and the poison condition. You are able to spread your poison, and you are able to make things that can't even be poisoned. Like, you do one thing really well. Hopefully it's a campaign that, I mean, realistically, this could benefit anybody, but I would love to play this character in like a campaign where the concept of you knowing different kinds of poisons really comes into play. I'd be curious to see that. So yeah, I like this. Hopefully I get to see it over on Cinder's channel, and we can see what he says. Building this for my homebrew world over the summer. Shit, yeah, dude, that's awesome. I'd love to hear more about that. Please share that information over in the Discord, or whenever I'm streaming, please pop in and share that. I'd be curious to learn more. I'm currently in the process of building a new world for a campaign, so that's always lots of fun. Okay, so I think I'm gonna answer the only issue I have is mapping. You suck at maps. Guess what? I can help you with that. Let me find my websites. Well, I'm gonna open up these two real quick, and we're gonna go to his proc gen. Used a map generator. Did you use this one? Did you use either of these? Because this realm generator, I was playing with this. It has a lot of features. So if, I'm gonna go in, we're gonna change the parameter. We're gonna go huge, and we're gonna do, let's do land. So I want just land. I want woodlands, and I want this to be perilous. I want there to be danger afoot, and I also want it to be mostly civilized. I want there to be a good number of settlements. There we go. There's our map. We got the Free Moon Forest. Oh, we got the dungeon. That's literally the dungeon. Dragon Hill. Oh, it's gonna take a hot minute to zoom in. Oh, is it not zooming in? Oh god. Yeah, it's not. I seen a map for each nation or land. Oh, I would, you should share your map over in the Discord. I'd be curious to see that. Yeah, this is actually the one that I'm personally going to use when I make mine. Actually, one very similar to this, like you know, a world that has a number of settlements around that players can go out to. Like this is almost perfect. Setting up a whole campaign right here in the city of Bari, and the players have to go out and adventure throughout the world into the copper woods that surrounds everywhere, and it's extremely dangerous. The Library of Wisdom, the Vault of Night, the Ebon Hold, all these places, the Palace of Zaxvia. You know, having different places around there, like this is almost perfect. I'm saving this map. I'm exporting it as a PNG. Rolled Anvil for me is a pain. I'm sorry to hear that. I personally use Dungeon Draft. So, Dungeon Draft and why can't I think of the other one? Wonder Draft. That's it. Wonder Draft. Wonder Draft is the Dungeon Draft version of World Map Makers. Don't know if I still. Let's see. Do I have a world I can show? I doubt it. D&D. Oh, I do. Wow. There's no way I still have this old map. There's no way that this... Holy shit! This map actually still works. Look at that. Oh my god. The old map of Omera. Yep, this was a map that I made for a campaign that I never ended up running. But yeah, something like this on Wonder Draft is actually pretty easy to throw together. You can adjust all kinds of things in here, like lower the elevation if you want to introduce water and stuff, or you can just add water in places, like pop in a lake. Ooh, and it changes. Yeah. Oh yeah. All kinds of different sizes and styles. You can do rivers. So if you want to create a river that traces through the woods here down to the lake, you can do that. I always try to start them further up, have them, yeah, something like that. So and then yeah, you can this one I haven't done it since I made this map. You can actually like say, okay, this is this area. You can actually separate them. So for example, the lands of man, which is the base from the kingdom of Balaxia down to the lower highlands, from the corner of the lower highlands to Aaron's Scar, and including the swamp of Volgoon. All of these lands are part of the kingdom of, or the region of men. There we go. There's the region of men. And then we got the Elven Enclave, which shares a border with the regions of man, which they have all the mountains there. The dwarves up north the entire north section of the spine of Ildon actually belongs to them. They go the whole way up to this small island up there, across over to Taverning, this island, and island that holds Vin Coldir. So yeah, the two dwarven capitals, Vinkuldir and Darladir. And down here we have this land. These lands are the Dwarven or not the Dwarven, the Halfling Federation. So this includes the city of Gatekeep on the far east and goes the whole way down. And cuts across. Technically the gnomes, the Gnomish technocracy or technocracy, which is a government organization that is based off of those that are smart in technology. They actually only have Aaron Scar as their own source of land, but that is because, as you can see, this mountain range that extends from like all the way up here and around the spine of Ildon and Vakar's Divide, there used to be a mountain range in here until the gnomes, who used to live in the underground burrows under this mountain, literally used magic to raise mountains up into the sky, and created Skyloft. There's literally another level of mountains that do not exist there anymore. That was part of the lineage of this world. And then we have down here the Barren Wastes, which nobody actually has staked claims to, but this is actually where Dragonborn are kind of like sequestered to live, because Dragonborn are looked down upon in these lands because they come from all Dragonborn hail from the Draco Char lands where they were created, and they have escaped to the world of Omera, and this mountain range was put in or this mountain range has been there, but it has been one of the things that have kept like all the dragons that roost in this mountain range. There are red dragons. There's the one lord of red dragons there, Vakar, that keeps the Dragonborn in there, and it's like a very dangerous journey to traverse these mountains and actually survive. And then the last thing we have is the Cratalis Wilds, which these are lands that are kind of taken over by lizard folk and tabaxi. These are very much like jungle areas. There's like Aarakocra there. There are tabaxi. Yeah, they're kind of all over the place. So yeah, if you are looking to do regions and stuff, Wonder Draft has you covered. So I didn't realize that I actually that I still had this map, and I'm actually pretty happy that I do. That's cool. I don't think I have any new stuff unless they've. Oh yeah, wow. Geez. Okay, yeah, I have a ton of maps. Okay, I haven't played with Wonder Draft in a long time. I haven't touched this in so long. Only thing keeping me from Dungeon Draft is money. Yeah, that is the one downside. That is unfortunately the one downside. So all right, so yeah, on to I'm gonna answer this last question here, and then probably call it for the night, because it'll probably be about 4 hours once we're getting there. Yeah. So the last question / topic that was asked by Stacy, more of a topic than anything. The notion of more in-depth NPC conversations or decisions that won't happen in-game, but require a DM to stay in character of the NPCs when thinking on decisions that will affect plot lines and stories, and how one might work through or decide how those sorts of conversations might go to decide what might be presented to your players. More specifically, as a current prominent example in my head, NPCs Lenine and Griselda will supposedly have a conversation out of game to discuss the important matters of what happened during our journey and what to potentially do. So I do want to say, while I see that you're not trying to gain information, Lenine and Griselda will not have a conversation out of game. That conversation will take place while you guys are there in Lylon. You guys are not privy to being in the room at the time of that conversation, but that does not mean that you guys wouldn't technically be able to find out the details of that conversation. You know, that's up to you guys to snoop around. But to answer your question of when you are having an when you're having something that's going on with an NPC that potentially the players aren't privy to, or a decision that they won't see the inner makings of, this goes back to something that I have said on numerous occasions about NPCs and about player characters. When you design an NPC, give them reason to be. Give them something that fills out their character. You guys know that Griselda, in this example, you guys know that Griselda is a warrior, that she's more of she's not really cut out to be like a politician or a leader of, you know, of a town. She has been asked to do this because she's more of a no nonsense kind of person and will kind of keep people on track with building the town. So she was specifically requested by Lord Neverember because she's the kind of person to get things done. Lenine is kind of her counterpart in that. Lenine is more of a warrior. She is more of somebody who knows, you know, she's more comfortable talking to an adventurer and talking to a soldier rather than she is to be sitting at a meeting trying to discuss, you know, how the town's gonna pay their taxes or something like that, or like how they're gonna put together a tithing to the local kingdom. So these two have a lot of similarities. Now, between the two of them, they do have their differences. Griselda is just in a position of, I've been tasked to do this job, this is why I'm here, and that is the bottom line. Whereas Lenine, from the encounter that you guys had with her back at the Wayside, which unfortunately was some of the conversation that didn't get caught on stream because she was because I had your mics, you know, not coming through. But when she was talking about how, like, you know, she never wanted this job, it was all on Harbin, but then he had to go and do what he did, and now it's on her, and she feels a lot of that stress, and, you know, getting down here and trying to get everybody integrated, and it's weighing heavy on her. This is where the two of those will have contrast. Griselda might, you know, when those two go to discuss what you did to that NPC, that is a conversation that the two of those need to have, because that is not just something that Lenine, who is now a town speaker and a town master, taking a group of people down to establish them in a new town, can just say, well, that's just the realities of travel. No, you had she on her watch, somebody that was hired, or somebody that was requested by her to go and set up this agreement and to safely protect those traveling, has wrathfully killed one of the townsfolk and now poses a danger to the rest of the townspeople. This is something those two need to discuss. So when if none of you do anything to try and listen into this, okay, if this conversation happens completely off screen, again, not out of game, but just off screen, then I have two choices. One, I can just mechanically think to myself, okay, what is like the simple thing that I can do that can come out of this? But I'm not that kind of person, because I have these characters built in my head. Okay, I have given these characters life and personality, and I have given them something that is their essence, and I can role play those characters together. They get to the council hall they get to the council hall. Nobody else is there. When they walk in, Griselda goes up, she opens the door. Lenine walks in and Griselda shuts the door behind and locks it. And Lenine, Griselda, or they walk in and Lenine says, "Can you lock it?" Griselda says, "Sure." Lenine looks at her and says, "Okay, so I know we don't know each other, but I was never supposed to take on this role. This was Harbin's job. I've been thrust into this position. So I want to lead off with that. I'm still getting used to this role." Griselda would look at her and say, "I know what you mean. I was never supposed to have this either. I'm just here to look over the building of this town, but more and more people are starting to see me in a higher role than what I'm meant to be. They just need to get back to work." Lenine, understanding and connecting with her. So, with that, we had a little bit of an incident on our travels. One of the members of the group that we sent down here that you met with, Griselda looks at her and says, "Yes, the Fandolin 5. Yes. We encountered some wyvern on the journey, and after a battle, there was some folk that weren't too keen on continuing to travel with them, and an incident occurred." And I would take it as if I was playing these characters against a player, and I would give them life. I would take their personalities that I have established from playing them from the first time that you guys met them to where they are now, and this is exactly the way that I would do it. Okay, out of game does not seem, I would say off screen. Off screen is more appropriate, in my opinion, because it's going to happen when we pick up the next session. They're going to the council hall, they're going to discuss with each other, and it's going to happen off screen if you guys don't do anything. Because honestly, don't think we'd spy. When I wrote out that question, I took out the part where I considered spying. That's entirely up to you guys. I'm not saying that you would spy. I'm saying that probably me and you, me might spy. if they're going off to have a conversation, that might be something that me wants to go and try and listen in on. Our turn after making incredible progress on the boss. Nice. So this kind of topic of how to manage NPC conversations, you'd not work out some of the conversation ahead of time. I wouldn't have to. I might practice it. I could probably go ahead and, come up with it. But the thing is that, like, the point that I was making is I could just skip my own internal my own internal dialogue between these two characters. I know what the end point for Griselda is gonna be, because I know what Lanine's gonna tell her. I know how Griselda is gonna react because I play the character. I know Griselda's personality. I know who she is as a person. I know how she's gonna react. She is in charge of Lylon and the residents of Lylon, and the moment that she agreed to allow the Phandalinians to come to Lylon, guess what? Those became her charges. I know what Griselda is gonna say. I've already looked up the information that I need to about, what I'm going to have play out. So I already have that predetermined, and that's because I can look at these two names. I can look at Lanine, and I have an entire person in my mind that comes to mind. I have a personality, I have traits, I have flaws, I have everything that they need to be. And when I look at Griselda, I think of the same thing. I think of who they are as a person. I think of their personality traits, their bonds, their ideals. I see their flaws, and I know how they would act. Now, if a player decides to spy on them, I would obviously have, some words to discuss. Or I could just very easily say, you peer in, you listen, you can hear them discussing the events that happened, and over a few minutes, you finally hear at the very end when they say X, Y, and Z, whatever the decision they come to is. Again, this really goes back to, and you can use this as a player regarding your PC, your own character. You can use this as a DM when playing an NPC. Don't just have a name and like a class and a race. When you introduce an NPC to a game as a DM, it's fine if this is going to be just a one-off character that you drop in and then wash away to never show their face again. For example, that one halfling that you guys met at the wayside when you visited there, Milo Undermound, okay? I couldn't tell you much more about that character other than what just happened on the screen, because I never intend on you guys really coming across that character again. He was there to run an encounter, and that was about it. But he and me are good friends. And that's the thing. As a DM, you never know who your players are gonna really, bond to. When I introduced Maggie, as a result of that comment that Tony made years ago on December 20th, 2020, okay, when Maggie Shincroc came into existence, I didn't have anything for her. That was something I was making up on the spot. But then after that, as I was role playing this character and I was saying things and I was allowing that to just naturally evolve, that built her character. I then took that after the session and I mulled on it. I thought about it. How is this character gonna be? What's her personality? What's her backstory? What's the information about her? And then when I introduced Reginald Ridgewell Hawks, it was kind of the same thing. This was a character that was going to be here for a bit. I introduced Reginald for the fact that you guys were going to need a wagon system. You guys were going to need transport. Okay. Reginald, you know, looking back at, you know, having that information now because of Maggie, because of the Wagon Wheel Cloak Society and the information that I had everywhere, I was able to look at that and say, okay, here's a name that I have. Reginald is going to be a part of this. And then I flesh out Reginald. Okay, you guys got to see how he was. He was really dismissive. He was kind of cold. He really didn't care. He was very much into business. But now you guys get to see more of that because you have finally broached that discussion. You saw in the moments at the wayside where Reginald kind of let himself be. Pancakes. That was something that was very personal to him. He loved pancakes. And sure, he just played it off by like, oh, well, you know, there's steak and egg and pancakes and you know, this and that and pancakes. And well, you know, maybe that's because pancakes was the thing that he used to make for Maggie and Matthias. You know, it's if there's a deeper level. When I play that character, these are the aspects that I think about. So again, it's just that idea of when you make an NPC, give them personality, make them a character. Okay, give them depth, because it's a lot easier to play a character that you have some kind of, you know, some kind of understanding about who they are as a person, rather than just, oh, this is a human ranger. That's it. Like, oh yeah, I'm human ranger, I'm out here ranging, and you know, no. Asdalor, when you guys needed a ranger to go and hunt down Adabra, okay, you guys talked with Asdalor. He was a hunter. He was kind of annoyed the fact that you were, you know, like he was bringing in food for the night to sell to Tolbin. You know, oh, let's go out, you know, we got to go find this woman, you know, it was taken by a manticore. He didn't care about Adabra, but he wanted that manticore meat. That was what he cared about. He didn't care about Adabra. He cared about the manticore meat. So that's a personality trait. He values his time. He values his money. And he really did not care much about who else, you know, who was involved with that. But why? Well, because in his backstory, he was raised to be the leader of his village, and he didn't want that. He didn't care about the members of his village. He was too busy going out and hunting. He loved living in the wild. He loved surviving on his own. He was very much a lone wolf kind of character, and that's how I play him. He has a backstory. So is ever making a living world, but also much of that is still made, and that is the thing. You need to be able, as a DM, especially the way that I play personally, you need to be able to just come up with this stuff on the fly as you need it, and not necessarily everything has to be always on the fly. Tetracube, for example, I go to this website all the shit time. Anytime that I need like a character idea or something to just generate a character, okay, Kenku Barbarian called Hammerer, but I might not even use it for, you know, for any of this. But look at this. I'm always polite and respectful. My ideal is responsibility. I do what I must and obey the just authority. I'll never forget the crushing defeat my company suffered, or the enemies who have it. And your sworn enemy is an ally of your people, forcing you to leave your tribe. Okay, cool. Like, this just gives me some character details. I always want to know how things work and what makes people tick. I'm never satisfied with what I have. I always want more. He's argumentative. All right. Something like this is a really good way to just flesh out a simple character that you can then just pop these into somebody. So if you are playing a character in the moment and you introduce an NPC and you want some kind of personality, you can just click through here, find something, and take one of these things. You don't have to take them all, but just take one of them. Mannerism, stares into the distance. They're contemplating a lot. What's their ideal? The greater good. It's fascinating how organized you seem to be. Well, and that's the thing. It's because I use this a lot. This is one of those things that I have available because I use these things to flesh out NPCs. And I personally have an easier time. I know not everybody does, but I personally have an easier time fleshing out a character in my head on the fly than I think maybe some other people do. But you know, anybody can pull up this website and click that button a few times and just pull up something random. No one could doubt me. No one could doubt by looking at my regal bearing that I am a cut above the unwashed masses. This and my ideal is power. Okay, this is some snooty noble. Whoever this NPC is, they look down on the rest of the party. You know, that's it. In fact, the world does revolve around me. Like, everything of this character is perfectly in line with somebody that, you know, the party could meet just at a tavern or while traveling. So yeah, TetraCube. I'll post the link to it. This is a great resource if you are looking. This is actually where I make stat blocks. For example, there's a Fleshcraft Horror because it does save natively. This has a lot of stuff that you can play with, and then you can download the source code. You can view the markdown. It's great. But yeah, all kinds of stuff you can do in here. I use this all the time. So, but yeah, so just in regards to that topic of the concept of those PCs, it's definitely one of those things where give your NPCs personality and give them traits, make them feel alive, and then it's not even a question about how you would work through this, because you will just know what they would feel. Now, PCM did come back in. I'm curious to see what you got for that draft. So if you want, you can drop it over in the Discord, and I'll take a look at it. Eat a chicken wing while I wait. They have another one I pulled up. What was it? Oh yeah, Asgar's fantasy map generator. This is another good one. No, I don't want to install it. Wow, damn it. Oh, that's why, because it's on dark mode. Reload. There we go. That's better. Why is that blank? That should not be blank. Reload. I was saying I came up with that topic because literally the conversation between Lenine and Griselda popped into my head without me thinking on it. Yeah, that's a conversation that's gonna have to happen. I was like, if I'm imagining a conversation, then that must happen for DMs. Yeah, the conversation does happen in my own head. Oh, that's a glacier. Oh, holy shit, I was wondering what that was. Yeah, definitely that does happen. That definitely does happen for me. More often than not. But again, that is because I kind of know the characters so innately that that those conversations just happen naturally in my own head. Here we go. Channy. This should be the capital. The capital? Yes, that's the capital. I want to see the map. What's up, AZ? Man, you have a knack for showing up right at the end of my streams. I don't know how you do that. Oh, it's fine. Ooh, that's a nice city. Look at that, the city of Bolu. Oh, nice. Bolu Senshalta, the Principality of Bola. I did though figure it'd not be something that would occur in game. They'd come out of the meeting and talk to us or something. Again, yeah, the session, that conversation is going to happen in game, but it's going to appear off screen. As something that could be spied on, but just glazed over. I might. I mean, I could just decide at that moment.
Bolo.
You just had a session 0. The last session I was in didn't have one. Oh, well, that's good to have a session 0. I personally believe that every group should have a session 0 so that you can discuss the expectations of the game and get things decided before you jump head first into everything. Ooh, I like that city so much more. That is sick. The Fairy Burrow Snow Docks. Huh. It's not, doesn't look like it would be cold. What do we got with temperatures? No, yeah, that's 48 degrees. That is actually, yeah, that is actually pretty cold. Average temperature around there. So, man, we're not, this is a cold region. Oh, we have precipitation wise. Okay, they get a good amount of rainfall. One was incredibly shit. Yeah. Well, hey, it's good that you have that. It's always good to have a session 0. I really do agree with that. This is, well, PCM, you can always share that with us over in the Discord. I would be very curious to see once you have more of that. What is this map? I don't know. This is just a random map I made on Asgar's fantasy map generator. I'm just playing around with it while I talk. I really like this town down here, this Wish Head. It's got a nice map. That's a cool thing about this site is that you can click into any single one of these towns and it'll give you like the heraldry, it'll give you like their culture, the population, and then you can click this button that says city generator in Wadabout, and it actually gives you it gives you the map for it. So I've used this a number of times to just get myself a random map, but I love playing with it and like seeing like different precipitation levels and different kinds of military forces that they have. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Religions, ooh, it's down here. Organized religion, Ankshire deities. Ooh, Norse ancestors. Cool. Different cultures, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. All right, close those out. All right, what did he say? It actually provided a lot more story as well. So in the campaign, I'm going to be playing a monk bard. Okay, so, and I actually established a backstory with one character that is an elf bard. We essentially met at college, started a band, but remained close friends, joined a mercenary group. Kind of elf she was. So, okay, so are you guys starting at level 1? Or are you starting at a slightly higher level? Like, I would hope you'd start at level 1. Oh, wow. Okay. So what is going to be your spread? Are you like 1/4 monk bard or like 1/4 bard monk? Oh, it's a one shot. I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay, I missed if you said if that was a 2/3 monk bard. Interesting. Okay. So so dexterity has to be like your primary. Dexterity has to be like your highest ability, followed by hopefully followed by charisma, or charisma being your highest if you want to focus more on the bardic spellcasting, and then dexterity, and then wisdom, considering yeah, considering that dex totally isn't my weakest stat. Well, okay, I hope the rest of your party is okay with you having some weaker hits and stuff, considering dexterity is what determines a monk's ability to hit hard and to deal damage, and is also because unless you're playing something like a sword, unless you're playing like a sword bard or a valor bard, you don't actually get proficiency with armors that let you that just give you dual quarterstaff. So you are taking, so you're taking the dual wielding feat. You're taking the dual wielding feat. You'd have to, because otherwise you can't wield, you wouldn't be able to attack with your offhanded weapon. Okay, so here's the thing. Two weapon fighting is the act of let me pull up this this screen real quick. So, okay. So 2-weapon fighting. Where the hell did it go? All right, so 2-weapon fighting. When you take the attack action and attack with a light melee weapon that you're holding in one hand, you can use a bonus action to attack with a different light melee weapon that you're holding in the other hand. So in order for you to dual wield weapons, they have to have the light property. You attack with one, and then you use your bonus action to attack with the other. A quarterstaff is not light. It is versatile, which means that you can hold it with one hand, and when you hit, it deals 1d6 damage. But if you hold it with two hands and you hit, it deals 1d8. Now, the thing is that there is a feat called Dual Wielder that allows you to use 2-weapon fighting even when the one-handed melee weapons you're wielding aren't light. Now, being that you are playing as a 5th level character, this means that your 4th level ability score increase, or if you took a feat, would have to be swapped out for Dual Wielder in order for you to dual wield those 2 quarterstaffs. Now here's the other problem that, and again, this is all, talk to your DM. Like, it sounds like you guys already kind of worked some of this out, or you may have. So if dexterity is your lowest score, as a bard, which kind of relies on, you know, your ability to move, considering that's what their 2 saving throws are. Bards are not trained in higher forms of armor, which means that you have access. He didn't mention anything about dual wielding problems, so maybe that's, I would hope so, but maybe bring it up to him, because you don't want to be blindsided when you sit down and start rolling and he says, well, you can't attack with your second hand. But yeah, make sure that dexterity is one of your higher stats, if only because, one, it's going to determine your armor class. Since you're playing a monk, which doesn't actually get, which gets no armor proficiencies, and you're playing a bard, which gets only light armor proficiencies, that means that you're gonna be reliant on armors. No. Come on. Table. This is the page I want. So your armors, oh, wrong way. The armors that you're going to be privy to are padded leather and studded leather. And studded leather is going to be your best option because your armor class is going to be 12 plus dexterity, unless you lean more into the monk. But I don't even know if they get their unarmored oh, that's right, actually you have a 13 dexterity. Well, that's good. Okay, yeah, so this is why you want your dexterity gonna be high. Okay, so a 13 to dexterity is going to give you only going to give you a +2. Yeah. No. Yeah. It's a +2, right? Hold on. Let me pull up a character stat block real fast so I can see. I probably have a 13 somewhere on here. Yeah. So having a 13 to dexterity means that you're going to get a +1. Yes, just like Corgibot says, your armor class is going to be based on is going to be 10 plus your dexterity modifier plus wisdom. Being that you're multi-classing with Bard, you need to make sure that your dexterity, your wisdom, and your charisma are exceptionally high, because dexterity and wisdom is what a monk is based on, because dexterity is your attack abilities, it's your damage ability modifier, and it's your armor class ability modifier, and wisdom determines your monk key abilities. So that is going to be something to keep in mind. But playing a bard, your charisma is going to be determining your spellcasting modifier and what you can do with stuff. I mean, you're only a third level, so you're going to get whatever your subclass is, but any spells that you have is going to use your charisma. And having a 13 to dexterity is not that great playing a monk. So if you have anything that's higher than that, I would probably bump it up. Personally, if I was playing a level 5 monk, like 2-3 monk bard, and I was using standard array where you get 15, 14, 13. It's 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, and 8. I'm blanking on the standard array. Yeah. You're just skipping 11. If I were you, I would strength 10, dex 14. Yes, that's definitely better. So that is a standard array. Now, what race are you playing? Because you should have some modifiers to that, because that's the standard array. You should have one of those that's getting a +1 and one of those that's getting a +2. Okay, so you're playing a half elf. Yeah, so you should be you should be getting a bump to that. I'm just saying the point I'm putting in. Oh, yeah. That's definitely. So let's see this character real quick. Half elf. We're just gonna go standard here. Yeah, if it was me, because the standard half elf, at least the original one, got charisma +2. Trying to think of how I would do this if I was building them. I would want acrobatics as a skill, versatility, and probably performance. Language is superfluous. We'll go celestial. So honestly, I don't. And here's the bottom line. I will give you my personal of what I would do. This is your character. You are to no obligation to listen to me or to do anything I do. Play your character how you want. Don't ever let anyone tell you to play your character differently. Personally, I would not do anything with strength because it's not going to benefit you unless you're playing a sword bard and trying to do melee, because, well, actually, no. Okay. Actually, yes. No. Could you? It's a simple weapon. Yeah. Okay. So you can have your dedicated. Yeah. Okay. You can use. When you finish a long rest, focus your key on it. It counts as a monk weapon. Okay. Because, yeah, the only thing that I'm concerned about is that a quarterstaff is not finesse, which means you couldn't actually use dexterity, but I think because of it being a dedicated weapon, it can. Yeah, +2, exactly. +2 to charisma, +1 to dex, +1 to strength. Going with the standard array, yeah, dexterity 15, so that you get the 16, you get a +3. Charisma would be 14 because you're getting the +2, so that's also going to be a +3. Dropping the 13 in wisdom because it's getting a bump. And then, yeah. No, I 100% agree with Corgi Butt. This is everything. This is everything the way that I would do it. This is a good setup. I was just wondering, the dual bow staffs. Yeah, they can. It's because it counts as a monk weapon. I forgot about that. It's been a long time since I played a monk. Background really doesn't matter. So whatever. Okay. Oh wait, actually, you wouldn't be able to take the dual wielding because none of your stuff is at 4th level because you're 2-3. So you actually wouldn't. So hopefully your DM is just cool with you dual wielding things that you technically shouldn't, because yeah, you can't even display this as dual wield. Dual wielder. This is hurting my eyes. You seem to like the idea. Well, that's good. I'm glad that he's on board with letting you. Yeah, okay. So hopefully he's just cool and on board with letting you dual wield them. He should still so, and that's exactly it, just like Corgi Butt said. I personally, as a DM, do let my players get a free feat at 1st level tied to their background, so you could grab dual wielder from that if it was my game. So that's definitely it. Yeah, just see how it goes. If he's cool with it, awesome. It's always table to table. That's the key thing to remember. You know, we can offer suggestions, we can help, you know, give advice, but it's always table to table. I think the concept is cool. Here's what I like. Yeah, if you want to put anything into the homebrews PCM, go ahead. So I could see this character being a drummer and having instead of having like a standard quarterstaff, and this would be obviously for if you're making this character a little bit more long term, there's an item called the Pole of Collapsing. And if you know Dragon Ball Z, it's basically the extending rod from like the Dragon Ball series. And it can either be a 10-foot pole, or you can speak a command to make it drop into a 1-foot long rod. This would be a really cool character to carry around a drum, and like that's their, they have two poles of collapsing that they use as drumsticks. But then getting into combat, if they want to like swing the drum around to the backside and go in with quarterstaffs, they can just speak those actions and extend them out, and now they have quarterstaffs. I would say for flavor wise, it's not that big of a deal breaker, because each one of them could just be like 5 foot long instead of 10 foot long, so that you're lessening the effect on a pole of collapsing. But that would just be a really cool flavor aspect of like playing a monk bard that carries two giant sticks. So hell yeah, that sounds awesome. I'd be very interested to hear how that works out for you. So whenever you get that story, please post it over in the Discord, because I'm super curious to see. Monks can already bonk as a bonus action, in case you don't know. So the DM was chill with me literally just using the environment as a drum, as well as attacking enemies counting as something. Yeah, no, that's totally on board. Funny enough, that sounds very much like this homebrew subclass I was just talking about earlier this evening, of the Dwarven College of the Hammer Drummer, where you get to use Warhammer as anything that you hit is treated as if it was a drum for your bardic spells and abilities. So yeah, I'm definitely on board with it. I like the idea. Just want to make sure that it's a, you know, good viable character. But yeah, definitely share the story when you get that. That's right, full circle. The early thing and now this. But I think with that though, it is gonna bring us to the end of the night. I've been going for about 4 hours and 40 minutes, so it's pretty late. It's 2:40 in the morning over here, and I need to get some sleep. I also only ate 2 of my chicken wings, and I have yet to eat dinner today, so I'm pretty hungry. So I'm gonna go and do that, and then maybe watch some YouTube and then go to bed. So to everyone who hung out, it was great seeing you guys. PCM, let me know whenever you get that set, or yeah, keep us posted over there in the Homebrewers channel. I'm curious to see your boss there. Azzy, definitely, or AZ, sorry, definitely keep us updated on how your character ends up and how your session goes. I'd love to hear about that. And Corey Butt, thanks for stopping by here in the end and backing me up on some of that character development. And Pokeniner, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Let me review your subclass. So, and Stacy, as always, thanks for hanging out and asking questions. So, the character comes from a story thought of a while ago, more futuristic setting, telepathic siren. Jesus, uses Cali sticks and a speaker attached to his back. Damn. Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, let us know over in the Discord whenever you get that set up. I'm very curious to hear about it. But with that, I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna go eat some chicken wings. So you guys have a wonderful night. I'll see you next time. And well, I guess if I don't see you before Thursday, I'll see you on Thursday for the first 15. So you guys have a good night. Bye. Oh no, my button's not working.